right. Let's get back to it. So last time Wyll was fighting his way into Baldur's Gate by defying some of the lesser threats of Rivington, and now he's about to get ready to go ham on Lower City. Wyll is level 11 currently, level 11 fiend warlock who has it out for goblins and demons and the like, and he's played as the origin monoclass warlock with a little bit of a change stat row. He has +2 as an ability score increase for charisma, and then he has the warcaster feat. And outside of that, he is running as fiend with the subclass pact of the tome, which enables the haste spell and a couple of other things that I like. So for the spells, I'm going very heavily with the magical secrets into the creator undead here, and also the eldritch invocations I've chosen for Wyll is the agonizing blast for increased eldritch blast damage, which is my primary damage source. It is the Devil's Sight right here. It is the Repelling Blast right here. And then it is the... and I need to just quickly see if this is even a conditional thing. It's not a notable feature. But the last thing that he has is access to summoning the elementals. So that means he can conjure up a level 5 elemental spell at the cost of 1 spell slot. That's also an eldritch invocation from his warlock toolkit. But outside of that, he's just a regular guy who is trying to free his father and save Baldur's Gate. The setup of gear is not something that I plan on discussing unless I go into a specific encounter, because I do tend to change it around a little bit depending on what I need to do. So currently I've been doing a little bit of prep work, but also doing a bit of XP gathering in Rivington, and now upon entering Baldur's Gate, Lower City, of course the goal is to get to level 12, get the required items, and then fight the final bosses. As many as I can kind of get myself to go into trying without the fear of dying, because the plan is still to defeat the Netherbrain. Of course, that's the only thing that matters outside of clearing Wyll's personal companion quests. That means freeing his father in the Iron Throne, and that kind of thing. A couple of other bosses are, in my opinion, required for Wyll to get his power level up. For instance, one of the plans from the get-go was to increase Wyll's charisma to 24, which is possible by getting a special hat from the Tower of Razaketh, and also talking to the magic mirror, or the mirror of loss, in the house of grief. That's going to give me a +3 charisma, going to a total of 24, and that's where things get interesting. So that's one of the goals that are the closest, which is going to be Viconia and the shield. Right now, since I'm only level 11, I will be running around doing a couple of preparational things, and then of course getting the XP. So inside of the tabernacle is a daily buff that you can get from praying to one of these gods, and I'm going to quickly talk to the vicar here about the situation.
You have come far. I am vicar humbled. I am also Grant. Of course, my child.
Just going to quickly check the holy items here. In principle, these are pretty good. I mean, when you heal a creature is also yourself, so that means healing yourself is going to enable the Blade Ward. That is pretty good. But not good enough because of what I want to go for. Alright, so let's just go, and I think I can pray to any old statue, any deity. I just need to enable real quick something in my settings here. Transparent Twitch chat, there we go. Right.
Your knowledge of religion isn't
I think it's the same buff that you basically get, like no matter what you. So Tyr wants consumable items, but he also wants gold. I'm not going to give him 16,000 gold. If I remember correctly, what he needs is around 5,000 golds, which I'm prepared to give him.
See an altar dedicated to Tyr.
Consumable items. He only wants consumable items. Well, that's no good. Let's try someone else.
See an altar dedicated to...
Wait, what?
See an altar dedicated to Selûne. An inscription trust in the goddess of the moon and stars. Her words and light have long helped wanderers to find.
This is getting weird. What's going on? Good morning, Mystic.
Time for a chat.
Well, you have come far, Of course, my child. Within
I could swear to God that
this altar, your god, is one of many. And in this place you say, it reads, show your devotion with the gods are ready to receive your joyful donation.
why does it have to be consumable items? What is the intention here?
Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required. The gods are ready to receive your joyful donation.
So the items are they just vanish into thin air. Hello, Ginger. I'm trying to please, currently I'm trying to please the gods here, and it's quite the task. I'm currently just donating spell scrolls because that's what they want apparently, and we'll see here.
Offering is accepted,
But more devotion is required? Jesus, Lathander. You greedy son of a... What in the world is this? I cannot donate gold. It has to be consumable items. I'm just worried that I'm consuming the wrong items here. Let's see.
Your offering is accepted, but more evidence of devotion is required. The gods are ready to receive your joyful donation.
Okay, so if I donate this one, at this point, I pretty much think I donated for way too much money anyway.
You've offered proves your
Okay, there we go.
devotion. You may now pray here once
Thank you,
again
Lathander.
for your soul open.
Right. So, +2 to all saving throws. There we go. Oh, I'm not ignoring you, Ginger. I was trying. Can you hear me? I was trying to figure out why I couldn't pray at the statues. And now I need to pay a little bit of attention because yeah, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it step by step. Here, I'm not going to beeline too much. So I'm going to go and pick up a clown part. So I think it's out of the six or seven clown parts, one is hidden right over here.
They could be of use to
Don't think anybody cares. There's another clown part. Oh, this is so disgusting. Okay, moving on. It's everywhere. It is everywhere indeed. Is there a perception check that I failed here? Failed the perception check. Right, so I think the next stop is the graveyard, which has no real meaning. But yeah, there's a couple of semi-dangerous encounters actually down some of those crypts that I don't feel in particular like doing, honestly. But I think I do want to kill the undeads here, who she wants to resurrect her some brother or family member or some such. Question is though, I don't need the summon. I don't need my undead followers. I Just take whatever I have. And then we go. Yeah, we resurrect him first. I don't have any spell slots right now, but I don't need it. I just need to buff real quick. This is the bit about the Act 3. I mean, it's definitely possible to die in Act 3 for sure, but mostly you're going to die because you're not paying attention. It's outside of the boss fights. This is basically one big round of XP farm, in my opinion.
Keep a lookout.
Right. The coast is clear.
You're close, Merkel. I can
Tell the
feel
child
your
all you
shadow.
know.
Give my brother back, please.
No. Okay, one more try. Go. There we go.
She
The funny thing is these like small zombies, like the 28 HP zombies, like the small zombies, are worth 135 experience points. So the scaling for all of XP on the scaling for all of the XP on regular mobs is just going haywire in Act 3, where it seems a little bit like I haven't gone into the monster manual, but I would assume that it's more accurate in the first act for the scaling. I like it how these random NPCs, they're just scripted so that they're just going to participate in the fight. Also the flower girl. And you gotta ask yourself, like, why does this make any sense for like somebody who is definitely not... I mean, she knows the monk jujitsu or whatever position, right? So she's been doing a little bit on her own time, but for sure she's not a fighter. But still, she can't wait to join in.
Today you fall.
I mean, this would be, all of this stuff would be great if this was a little bit like in Act 1 where you walk around in the crash site region. Yes, you understand that you have something in your head and everything is horrible. Every bit of the quests are kind of tied into that whole tadpole in your brain thing. And that makes of course a lot of sense narratively. But in Act 3, it feels a little bit like a lot of these things would be great if they just had more relevance, depth, meaning to them. I mean, we understand her pain. We want to help Nina Dortmel get her brother back, or whoever this was once in a blue moon. So is he regaining hit points? I simply don't remember what the gimmick with this guy is. Maybe they also buffed him in this patch. Just going to kill some of his friends while he's down. Turn on it. Wow! Jesus. And also this encounter has been buffed for sure. I've never seen this many undeads spawning. It seems like the undeads are spawning from all over the graveyard now. I haven't seen this before in this magnitude. And then we have a couple of skeletons who can't really finish their turn. Or is it because they turned? No? They turned for 3 turns? Wow. Something tells me I want to kill these guys down here ASAP. Or maybe not. If all of these guys are worth 135 XP apiece, that is going to be very, very weird. Let's see if we can... Is he regaining full health every time? Because if I'm going to bring down didn't kill him fully. Let's see what happens here. Damn it, my own minion was turned. So what does he get? He gets his temporary hit points. Doesn't get full HP. Okay, that's something. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Earth Elemental. She's doing the work. Okay, so the skeletons were worth 135 XP each, and those spawned like mid-fight, as far as I remember. So if that's like, I don't know, 20 monsters or something at 150 XP each or something on average, or maybe it's slightly less, that's absurd. So that's 150 more. Okay. The big guy is 270? Maybe? He did die, didn't he? Garrett Dortmel. I don't, maybe it was like only 150 and then... Okay, so the zombie just died, did not give me anything. Okay. And I'm just being curious because it feels a little bit inconsistent. Let me try to kill this skeleton. That's 135. Okay. Level 10 zombie. I honestly don't see the harm in all of these enemies getting a buff. Like, why aren't we facing like only greater zombies and stuff with 100, 200 something XP? I mean, it would be a long fight, it would be boring maybe, whatever, but like at least it might as well be like a care package at the beginning of Act 3. There you go, level 12. Is that it? Yeah. Okay. Is Jean rude?
One move ahead.
Let's see how mad she is. Isn't she normally pretty angry?
Tell me, Sire, if you leave a poisoned cake in a park and a child dies from eating said cake, are you responsible for the child's death? I cannot believe you truly think that. You showed a grieving child the ways of necromancy. Leave these hallowed grounds now. May Kelemvor have mercy on your soul.
Gotcha. And then I actually believe that there's a couple of random items scattered around in some of the different mausoleums. I don't need any of them for anything. But there is a place, and I believe, and it is inside of the building here. Or is it out? Was it outside of the building? It might be just outside of the building. Let's just check. Oh, so here. The mortuary.
Quite on the fly. Put my talents to use.
It feels a little bit like, oh, she's.
Heading out.
Oh, come on. Okay. Come back later. Generally, it feels a little bit like Law and Order in this place is just not working as intended. Let's see what Damon has to say. Sell here. I don't think there's anything I need in my current setup. Since I'm not wearing any medium armor or anything else, I can't really use any of whatever stuff that he has available. even the boots of persistence, which obviously are very, very strong. Can't wear those. Yeah. So all of that is just not... This is also pretty good. But all of these items are just not relevant to me. So, goodbye. Oh. Let's just head out of here right now and come back to the graveyard later. Then we're going to head into the Diabolist, and first off, what I want to do is I want to equip my Sentinel Shield, and then I want to buff my Guidance, because once you head into this house, which is important for Raphael and whatnot, when you go and you explore some of the stuff that she has in her shop, you can get access to new things. So and there are, I think, 6 or 7 or 8 objects or something that you can look at. Let me just check if I can even go and examine another one. Yeah. So by doing this, enables more stuff that she has on her that you can then purchase from her.
Where every hellish... Well, well. It's been a while since I've had such discerning...
And that makes her happy, and then you get access to more things.
Here, you may browse my more curated selection.
Let's see. The Cloak of the Weave. I still want to see the absorb elements and what it does. I haven't seen a good explanation how this works. So I'm under the assumption that it doesn't work very well, but I have this feeling that I might be wrong. So I'm very interested in finding out if that actually does anything for you. Wow, look at this one. Just quickly check. I forget what this is. One replenishes 1 expended warlock spell slot. So probably I'll be purchasing this one. And this one, if I remember correctly, doesn't quite work the way that you want it to work. The Android caster I think one of the problems in particular for the Eldritch Blast is that since the Eldritch Blast is several beams, targeting extra targets doesn't apply. That's one of the problems. But there's another issue with the way that this works. I think there's some kind of problems with these gloves, if I remember correctly, which is why I don't think that I've ever used them. And then we're getting more paint. Okay, this is it for her. But the cative staff is kind of cool. So I'm going to equip this real quick, and then we're going to get a warlock spell slot back, and it just works. Fantastic. Don't mind it. Don't mind it one bit. We don't need anything else from the Devil's Fee right now, so we're going to move on. And then I'm wondering if it's the right time to go into the park and do the park fight. Probably not. I probably want a rest before I do that. So I'll be moving on a little bit. I do want my resources for the Bhaalists. Shit can happen, so I don't like to go into some of those even slightly dubious fights without at least the resources that I have available to me. Okay, and I think I don't want to indulge in Arash's fire thing. I don't think it helps Wyll in any way. I forget exactly what it is that the stuff does, so probably I'll be looking at I'll be looking it up slightly later. But there is a quest with Arash where she does provide you with some stuff, kind of a buff that does something with fire damage. You explode or something, but it also deals damage to you. So I think if you're a character with fire resistance, I think it's a different thing, and I also think you need to be melee, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to equip my Ring of Free Action. I have this tingling feeling that suddenly I'll be walking into an instant death mechanic. I don't remember if the hags, if the gnomes, are actually casting the whole person spell. I don't think they are, but I just don't want to take that chance. So still just going to semi-explore and take things as they come. A little bit. Getting the waypoints. And then we're getting close to the House of Grief, which I'm not going to be doing before level 12. There's simply no reason for it. So I am going to postpone that until I have the last XP. And even there's a fight, another XP fight basically down here where you meet Minsk, which I think also has the same problem, that there are some really rough mechanics. Here is the House of the Artist, where all manners of ghosts have taken over his house. What? Okay, so it's haunted because now a spike growth just showed up and dealt damage to. Okay, let's get out of here for now. What? Oh. Okay. So, but does that mean that I should be dealing with this stuff immediately? How did they even get in? How did they get in? What door did they use for this? Not this door. So they... I mean, obviously the house is haunted. So the doors... Oh, is this... Oh, they went in this way. Okay, this way, and then... This way, and then... So where is... I forget what the dangers are in that house, but if I remember correctly, it's not that bad. Let's just head in there, just for a bit, and see what happens. Okay, what kind of damage? Bludgeoning damage, poltergeist. No.
Defender of the people.
If I remember correctly, you basically just need to go all the way up. And then monsters spawn. Another side quest that is definitely... I mean, they spend a lot of time on this for sure, but...
Attack.
Oh. So if I remember correctly, the place is haunted, and it's the artists had like a fling with a girl or something, and she died for some reason, and now he's basically haunting the relationship and his life, but his relationship to Lady Janna, who is the rich artist who has taken a rich noblewoman who has taken him in something. And that's it. Let's see if we can't move in here and talk to them. I think this is pretty easy, if I remember correctly. I'm just going to start this. And then we have a fight. Not indulging too much in the RP here. And they did show me where they were, so maybe... Maybe I just bonus action them to begin with here. Oh, they're in the fight now. But not really participating. No. Maybe just think there is a ghost hidden somewhere. I'm just going to try to see if we can't get them out. There we go. That's pretty effective.
Not that I'm ungrateful for your help, but... Wait. Your face is familiar to me. Yes, I've seen it before in Oscar's sketches.
It is indeed.
You're the one who saved him from the Zentarim. Not long after the wedding, he lost his appetite, fell into dark moods. He started to avoid my company entirely. Artistic temperament, I thought. But it worsened. He became violent. Called me some rather imaginative names. I hesitate to say it, but I think you're right. Something supernatural has taken hold of him. Oscar has been possessed. I used to be. Now I'm his wife. We married not a 10-day ago. Things have changed rather a lot since then. I can't come within arm's reach without him trying to strangle me. And he calls me such vile things. It hates everyone, but it loathes me. It's not him. I know he would never hurt me. And I promised I would let no harm come to him. As you can see, I've already failed. It's obvious he needs more help than I can give. Please, you saved
I like it how
me.
these guys have been living in
Must
this
find a way to cure
house
him.
with this haunting for, I don't know, several days, and she's like, okay, well, I can't really provide him the help he needs. Like, this is...
I can't tell anyone about this. It was hard enough to keep it from the servants. The city is rife with paranoia. If word got out about his condition, well...
Probably like
still
working
want to
conditions in the
hardly know
kitchen
who's
with
showing
pans
mercy.
and
I need someone to look
plates
into
and
this
whatnot flying around the
quietly.
kitchen randomly.
It's the only chance he
I pretty
has.
much would call in sick.
Oscar's behavior began to change shortly after the wedding. He became withdrawn, working obsessively up in his atelier. I tried to take him some food, but I couldn't cross the threshold. It was as though the house itself didn't want me up there. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't want anyone going up there. I swear it's in the walls, watching.
Oh well. Let us head up and see what we can do about the little problem. Phantasmal Force. Sorry, old buddy. Sorry.
Best foot forward.
And probably there's more XP in this place, but I'm just going to hop straight into the atelier here. Summon myself a new elemental. I don't even know if there's any real reason, so it can be practically anything. Let's just summon the water elemental for giggles. Right, so look, there is the Essel. Something about Lady Janeth. I don't even remember if this is just a simple lockpick. Not a very simple dice roll, except if you roll a success on the first go. So, Smiling Maiden. And let's just quickly see. Yeah, so I mean you can put something in the other. Yeah, you need to combine this, and I think it is the Smiling Maiden possessed portrait.
The portrait is
I'm pretty certain what we need to do is we need to
with a sense of overwhelming dread. So why is the woman smiling?
we need to take the painting of Lady Janeth and put it over here so they're facing each other or something. If I remember correctly. So now, oh wait, okay, so the painting of Lady Janeth is now burning. This is seriously, this is just Ghostbusters. This is practically Ghostbusters.
The portrait is ice cold to the touch, filling you with a sense of overwhelming dread. So why is the woman smiling? The portrait is ice cold to the touch, filling you with a sense of overwhelming.
I'm pretty certain I just need to go back to Lady Janeth now. But I am just going to open the chest here while I'm at it. What in the world is this? Random pouch. Oh, there is a ladder here. Yeah, it's true. It's something about the quest needs more work. You need to go to Mr. Carrion and do things, and you can get rewards and whatnot. And probably I'll be looking a little bit into that also because it's XP, but I don't think I desperately need to do this on Wyll. But let's head down and talk to Lady Janeth real quick. See if she's happy. Really want to see if anything else is cursed in here. I have a gut feeling that nothing more is cursed because I removed the first bit.
I love surprises.
No, we're still fighting these guys. Oh shit, where are they? There we go.
Favors the fearless.
Anyway, I cannot be bothered. Let us get out of here right now. Just quickly go to Lady Janeth and then get out of here. Oh, something else. Great. I mean, this house and all of the work that's been put into the house, the design, the characters, the voice acting, everything is just fantastic. But it just doesn't make any sense at all in the narrative.
Did you find anything in Oscar's atelier? Oh, not him. Carrion calls himself a spirit medium. His morbid services are something of a fad among the nobility. From what I've heard, it's invitation only. He has a mansion down near the water. A forsaken place, dank and decayed as he is. You must find Mystic Carrion. If he's responsible for this mess, he can bloody well clean it up.
Gotcha. Okay. Let's head down to the river and kill the... Just going to skip across Baldur's Gate here and go down to fight some Sahorkin, or whatever they are. Down by the riverside over here. Oh wait, oh, we can go this way. It should be faster. Maybe.
Sure, why not?
Or maybe not, because this place down here is where Volo is, and I want to free Volo, so I need my spell slots and everything else for that. So I'm just going to clean up other stuff. And here is the place where the Stone Lords are holed up, so we're not going to do that either right now. Alright, so that means jumping to this waypoint, I think. This act is just such a big place, and probably I should just head in and just quickly purchase one of the endgame items for myself here.
Welcome. If you are a city official, your You're sure to find what you're looking for.
The birthright headpiece only increases your charisma up to 22, but for whatever reason, unless at least prior to patch 7, the way that the numbers are added through the various ways that you can increase your charisma, I think it only counts for stuff that you get through the ability score increase. So every time you get your feat and you can then increase your stats, if you increase that stat to 20, say, it means that it can only increase to 22, but like you can have 22 charisma and this hat will still give you 24 charisma, if that makes sense. So it's something like weird with the bonus and the way that the stuff stack. I think these were the gloves that I was thinking about actually. So in principle, like the quick spell gloves, in principle could be pretty effective if the way that this works is that I can use my Eldritch Blast with my main action, and then I can use my Eldritch Blast again as a short action, bonus action per short rest. That is kind of valuable. The only problem is that every time you want to add in more items, and you need to switch items in and out all the time, you need to counter in short rests and stuff like that for it to really work. It becomes a really, really tedious micromanagement, in my opinion, which I don't like. And health regeneration, of course, is pretty nice. Having some sort of health regeneration and some sort of ability that gives you a buff every time you heal can be very effective. So the Ring of Regeneration, coupled with the gloves from the tabernacle, from the temple earlier, could be an interesting combination. I'm not sure it's going to make sense because all of the item slots that I've got are so heavily contested that I don't want to. I don't want to do that. All right, let's see. Oh, wait, I actually didn't purchase the item. I also need to remember to put on my persuasion ring here.
Welcome back. What will it be?
There we go. And there we go. And I don't think there's any reason for ever taking this hat off. I know that one charisma modifier bonus doesn't feel intrinsically strong. All I can say is that with the way that the charisma, the way that the Eldritch Blast Warlock works, it's just a lot more valuable than it looks. That's all there is to say. Charisma is so good for the Warlock. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm not going to do the Larocan thing now. I'm going to head out. Then I'm going to head down. I want the 12th level ASAP. I'm just going to go and check one thing though. Because this guy
Don't be shy.
has, let's see. No, this is the wrong vendor. This vendor has potentially one of the more interesting items for me. So equipping something else that does not work with my bonus action as well as the Near Misser does, because this is without the shred of a doubt one of the strongest ways you can use your bonus action in this game. Shooting with your offhand. It's so good, period. No matter what your stats are and whatnot, and it's very, very strong. However, the Deadshot adds critical hit to my Eldritch Blast, unless I misunderstood something. So using this to increase, I'm going to purchase the item and run some testing with it, of course. But the plus. Oh wait, let's just quickly prove our. Just going to go there. doing as much as possible to stack the... Yeah, there we go, it's cheaper. To stack the critical strike for the Eldritch Blast definitely is in my interest. So, also the Spell Sparkler is not a very... It's not like prioritized. It's not a very strong item in sort of in a priority manner. You'd much rather want the Knife of the Undermountain King, because that increases your critical strike range. So we're going to equip these, and we're going to see how that plays out in the current fight. So if it works out the way it should lower my critical strike rating to 18. So 18 should be a critical strike for me. Basically, the further you can get that down, the better. There are so many fights to pick all over the place here. But I do want to do the basic stuff, which I think this is part of the basic stuff. I forget if these do any kind of restraint, so I just don't like taking any chances with it. Do I need any? This is going out. So I forget where it procs. Do I? Is this good enough? Alright, so now the good folk... Huh? Like, huh? Oh yeah, he was going for the mirror image. So he's probably going to die. Alright, let's play a little bit around with... Oh shit, I should have had some lightning damage because they're all wet. Alright, let's check out the critical strike ranges here. That was a crit on a 20. I just want to kind of confirm that the way that both the Deadshot bow as well as the sword, I know that the Knife of the Undermountain King works that way, but I just want to confirm that the critical strike ranges are following that pattern. Oh yeah, I have the water elemental, so already the water elemental, the wet condition is going to be a problem for them. Jesus. And it seems like these guys are worth 250 experience points apiece. Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know what to say. It's just the whole. It's underdeveloped. Like let's just call it for what it is. It's like this hasn't been thought through. The general idea is get people to level 12 as fast as possible. That was the mantra. Okay, let's just look at this. There was a critical hit here on a 19 and a critical hit on a 19. Yeah. The owlbears, like the two owlbears, like an owlbear fight would be 5 times more dangerous than this. Even with my power level. 250 experience points for like 49 HP target that is literally wow. I gotta say, Ginger, these Sahagin, or however they're pronounced in English, are so easy to deal with and give so much XP that I would always go and do those. A little bit like the Kuatoa in Act 2, because it's just something, it's just the free XP that you go and collect. That's pretty much how I feel about it. But I don't like them. Honestly, I don't. Yeah, there is a pattern, for sure. I'm pretty certain I know exactly what it is that you mean. There's a pattern to the way that Larian designed the acts. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, fish. It's always the fish people. In Act 1, it's the Kuatoa in the forgotten place that nobody finds during their first playthrough or something. Like, why would you ever find that particular place unless you read about it or something? It's true. It's very easily missable. No problem, guys. And 110 experience points for the quest. 110 XP for the quest. Thank you very much, sir. And all of this only becomes an issue once you beat the game several times, and you start working on, I don't know, solo runs or some kind of challenge run or whatever. Like, that is the second that it becomes an issue, because then suddenly you feel like it's that some of these places are just too good to miss out on. But I mean, right now in Act 3, it just is what it is. The way that the game is structured, you can go and collect experience points one place, or you can go and collect experience points the other way. The real roadblock is getting to Act 3. There's killing Merkel and killing the monks. That's the roadblock in this game. And then, oh Jesus, why do you guys care about a dirt mount? Killing doing those two encounters in Act 2 before heading into Act 3. That's the roadblock. And then, of course, Oren is definitely a roadblock. Some of the bosses are very, very hard, but Oren is also a roadblock. Right, so now I'm just wandering around. There are actually a couple of things that I need to do, because there is a murder mystery going on, and I do want to solve that. And there's somebody in here. If I remember correctly, there is this the place? There's somewhere where this is like a trapdoor or something where we go downstairs. And this might not be it. What did I get? The bloodied note. Okay. So all of these people who are being killed they asked for it. So killing them is okay, and us killing their killers is okay, and just killing everybody is just okay. Let's head down here. Yeah, this is the place where I lost I lost one of my characters by just walking into. I clicked the wrong option with the guild, and they got very angry, killed me. So that was stupid. I'm just going to wait a little bit with approaching the guild for now, and just head down here and talk to. He's all the way down here, and talk to Mr. Carrion's. One of Mr. Carrion's servants, who's going to give me a quest. One eye.
What are you doing in here?
You catch the scent of death on the man's clothes, his skin damp with decay. He appears unwell.
This is my spot. Go on, find your own. Yeah. Every beggar's got a spot to kip in. And this is mine, so clear off. Stop making so much noise. You'll have the fists sniffing around.
I like it how squatting in this game is just... It's just really a thing. Like, people are in places where they're not supposed to be. Entering other people's property. Squatting.
What's this now?
And the motto or the moral of the game. Yeah, exactly. Wyll is just he's not obeying any rules. But Wyll is a Wyll is pretty much like he's an outlier because he's, I mean, seems like a good guy, but in reality he has a lot of skeletons in his closet. Oh, we know that person.
Can I interest you in a copy of the Baldur's Mouth? Thank you.
So is this maybe Ginger, you can help me out here? Is this a special? Is this Baldurian? Because I don't make any sense of any of the writing on this newspaper here. This has to be, it's the price 2, but it looks like Celtic runes. Yeah, exactly. Anyway. Right, so where are we at? So some, yeah, okay, so I need to kill some things. Halfway to 12. And a lot of the things, probably a lot of even of the endgame encounters are doable before level 12. After all, it's not going to be that big of a difference. Hello, Squizzy! So probably...
This is Joel's house. No letters, no clerics, no herb sellers, no potion peddlers, and no steel
And I just
watch.
forget which of these houses have any kind of important. What is this? What? What? Oh, there's a key. There's a key. Oh. There's a key for the chest. Is that it? No? I found I purchased the Daily Gazette, and the letters on the newspaper doesn't seem like anything I can read, like from my own time at school, and anything else really. So I was just wondering. So I just found a key here. Is this? Yeah. I mean, it could be fun if that was a kind of an Easter egg, that bit there. Okay, so does this mean that the key was a key to entering the building at a lower level or something? Joel's key? Downstairs? This is the exact place that he works somewhere. I just feel so bad, like they put so much work into this act and... Okay. You know what? It's not important. Yeah, infernal alphabet. I don't think the infernal alphabet is the alphabet in question here.
Good luck getting some kip up here. I'd stuff your ears if I were you.
Jesus Christ.
I'm grateful to be here, I am. But I thought we'd arrive as a family. What's this now?
Let us get out of here. Oh, there is the newspaper. I've never actually stopped the press, so... And I think you need to do that on the first day, if I remember correctly, so... That could probably be fun.
Damn rats. I thought I asked you to clean the rats out of this cellar yesterday. Here's the deal.
Yeah. Here's the deal. And I forget if the rats downstairs are actually... We'll see. We'll have to see what the setup is. They're 1 HP rats, so the brain collapse thing should work. And it's not. Let's just stay one turn and see what happens here. There is a mod where you can play the game from Act 3 instead of Act 1, and you play from top to bottom. I don't know if it makes any sense, but Act 3, for instance, could be kind of interesting to play, like on its own, like isolated, if that was even possible at level 1. And the encounter down here with the in the Emperor's hideout with the Githyanki probably is not something I'm going to do right now. Right now I'm just going to focus on the basic stuff here.
You kill the rat and do not worry.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And Lacrissa. Hello, girlfriend.
I can't believe we both made it. Alas, I've got nothing in my pocket. Back in the Grove, I'd have taken you up on that. But my situation has changed somewhat.
I'm sure it has. Bet is a bet.
What can I get you?
Yeah.
Check the room.
Gotcha.
But you didn't hear that from me.
Don't worry about thing.
Enjoy.
Joy. But we are just quickly going to go and say hi to Alfira. She is upstairs. So is this the way upstairs? No, it is not. And from what I've been told from people who know things about this whole universe, Elfsong Tavern is a pretty important place. Oh, why aren't they oh. Okay, you can let them pass. Okay, great.
A place to receive clients.
Right, develop. Let's go.
I told those idiots not to let anyone through. You. Name, rank, and reason for interrupting an active crime scene. For your sake, the last one better be bloody good. An adventurer? Fantastic. We don't have enough of those in Baldur's Gate. Unless you've got useful information, leave me to my work. Duke Stelmane's dead, and I've got to find who killed her. Gods. That's it. Proof that I was right. I've been working on an assignment, see? A research project of sorts.
So I guess you kind of have to imagine, like, maybe
Never
It's
expected
the
this.
1700s London
I'll tell you
or
what
something.
I know. A century ago, there was a
Maybe
man,
also applying to New
Saravok
York or
Anchev.
something else, like
He
where
was a child
a lot
of
of
the god
stuff
of
was a little
murder,
bit lawless. You
Baal.
couldn't really control all of the
He ruled the
citizens,
Iron Throne.
and stuff
A
kind of
dark
just
tower
happened.
hiding
So
a darker
for like
secret.
for policemen to actually
It was the
police women
front
to
of a
actually
deadly arms
men
dealing
probably at
network.
that time to actually
Saravok
kind of
amassed
make
an
sure
army
that
and sought to
stuff like
become a
this
god.
didn't happen was probably
Under
really
his
difficult.
stewardship, the Baal
Because
temple was
as a
revived.
player, you're just like, what?
And with
Why
it,
aren't you guys
Baal cult
picking up that
itself.
something is just rotten in the
Fortunately,
city?
the temple was destroyed, and to cleanse the city of Saravok's memory, the Iron Throne was torn from its foundations and cast into the Cheonthar. For most, that was the end of it. But cults like that don't disappear overnight. That list you spoke of confirms I'm right. The Baal cult is back, and someone is out there, continuing Saravok's work. God save us all if you're right. But I believe it. Whoever it is, they're intimately familiar with Saravok's work. The brutality of the killings is on a par with Saravok's own. But there's something more here. Something new. There's a reverence to these murders. A certain flair. It's as if they were done in worship. The precision of the cuts. The depth, the execution. The best butchers in Faerun couldn't make a cut like that. Trust me, I've asked them. I tried to explain all this to my superiors, but they wouldn't have any of it. They told me to drop it. Told me the city doesn't need another conspiracy theorist and to get back to doing my job before they find someone else to do it for me. But you're not bound by such constraints. Oh, help me out here. Help the city out. I bet if you follow the trail of these murders, you'll be able to unearth the truth of this resurgence. You really are a godsend. But one more thing. There are patriarchs on the murder target list. I'm oath-bound to secure them first, so I'll be heading to the upper city next. While I'm there, the other potential victims will be at risk. Could you warn them? Thank you. That's all I can ask, and more than I hoped. Once I'm done with the patriarchs, I'll head to Basilisk Gate to have another go at convincing my superiors to put some resources into this matter. Meet me there if you've anything more to report. And good luck.
Roger, Roger. And then I think it's about time to get that long rest. Just going to get the camp in order here.
Let's chew the foe. Aye, aye. Pull up a seat. If you can find one spare, that is.
Yep. I'm looking for a place to stay. Hand over gold. Yes, please. Let us get the rest in here.
Sorore surge, testis esto pacti me. Come, sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in Beator.
I just love the American Latin. It's just very special. Like, Latin is a language that obviously it's not Danish, it's not German, it's not English. It's its own language. The origins of which we have to kind of expect to be somewhat in the and I forget the right word for this, but somewhat in the Italian, not probably not current day Italian, but something in the along the lines of the way that people in the Mediterranean, in particular particularly in the Italian current Italian regional area, is spoken that way. So that's going to sound very different from Latin that you would know as a German, Austrian, or anywhere else in the world, probably, including Danish. But the fact that, for instance, the word notum is pronounced notum in this game is just interesting to me. Like, I understand that she's a British actor, but still, some of those vowels are different. Whereas in Danish we would pronounce it notum, like in a different way for sure. But it's just interesting to hear, and it's a very weird thing, I have to say, as somebody who has had a lot to do with Latin. And I know that Germans have a lot more to do with Latin because of the school system, at least in Germany. It's just very interesting, very fascinating. Yeah, of course, Danish and German is similar in so many ways. So Danish is, of course, just a, like, language-wise, a subsidiary, you could call it, of German. But the whole point is that when you think about Latin, I guess, and I'm just spitballing here as an English person or an American person or something else, you have a certain expectation of how that sounds, where I think that Germans and Danish feel the same way with their own language as a baseline for the Latin language. And it becomes very apparent when you go to a different country, because I'm a singer. So if you go to a different country and you go into a choir in a different country and you sing Latin with the background language, or I forget the word for this. I wish I had the vocabulary for this, but the country that you're in and the way that country applies its own language rules or pronunciation rules to Latin, and you have to kind of fit in there with your own expectation of what Latin is, and it's not the same. It's very interesting, in my opinion. No, but Squiz, even I can't say what Latin is because I'm not intrinsically familiar with Italian. So even if I spoke Italian, I would probably not even meet the expectation of spoken Latin 2,000 years ago. I'm just saying that it's a fascinating topic because Latin it's a dead language. Obviously, nobody speaks it, at least not in like daily dealings. But like, I know it's spoken in the Catholic Church, but like what I'm saying is that it's a dead language in the real sense. But everybody, it still has value, and for gamers, like, nothing brings a tear to my heart as much as hearing Latin spoken in a video game, because already I'm getting into that gothic feel. And it can be profane. I mean, it can be something that has to do with dealings of the devil or evil or some such in the biblical sense, and then it can be like something divine, but or a godly, like a in a positive divine sense, whatever. But like that whole dynamic, already I'm sold. So I don't care. I'm just like, whenever I hear Latin spoken with the English accent, it's just, to me, it's always like, God damn it. And I can't explain why. It's just because I have a relationship to Latin as well, but in the Danish sense. Yeah. So I what was the pronunciation? Beator. Beator. So I forget the pronunciation, but the Danish version of that would be something like ba. I don't even know if we would have the sort of a pause and double pronunciation of that vowel combination. Beator. But I think Ginger, I think the pronunciation would never be Bartor. not in Danish either. But I'm unfamiliar because the problem is, since Latin is such a, it's such a complicated language in terms of morphology, that once you go in and you break up those words like conjugations and and pronouns and all kind of stuff, it's just hidden sometimes into some of those words, and you need to know how to divvy up those words to figure out what the pronunciation probably is. Yeah, I think it's very classic with a Semitic language like oh my goodness, the Jewish language, Hebrew. Sorry, that the double vowels are pronounced as individual syllables. So, like for instance, and this is very very funny. My brother's girlfriend from way back when, who was Jewish, who is still is Jewish, but they're not seeing each other anymore. But she was looking at, he had been to Israel or something. He had a video, not a video cassette, but a DVD at the time, of with Batman, right? But he bought it in Israel, so he showed her because that was in Hebrew, like, so the title was in Hebrew on the cassette, on the box for the DVD. And so he asked her to pronounce the word, because he knew it was just Batman, right? And she went Batman, and like obviously that was very funny to him, like Batman. Like she didn't instantaneously made the connection, but she used her knowledge of how to pronounce things in the language that was her second language. It's really Danish, of course, was her primary language. But anyway, so the whole thing about how to kind of sort those vowels out, and how the syllables come into play, is not my forte in Latin. I got, like, I forget what the grade is in English, but like I barely passed Latin in the gymnasium. So I'm not the right person to ask, but I could probably learn if I wanted to put my mind to it. Yeah, probably what she did was she was looking at probably you're right. I think that was part of the explanation. She was looking at the title. It was in the Hebrew alphabet, and she was trying to discern what that was. She didn't know it was Batman, so she was discerning like what was going on there. But she came close enough so that my brother knew that she was she was kind of reading it, or that it made some kind of sense, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's you're probably right. There was something to that effect, that there is no Batman in Hebrew. Let's hear if they do some more Latin.
Fina, Cirrus, arbiters for the hells, exemplars of justice. Sisters.
Infernos contractus te vocamos. Infernos contractus te vocamos. Infernos contractus te vocamos.
So primarily, okay, more is going on here.
Your contract, Wyll. Signed in blood, forged in fire, bound in bone, but not unbreakable.
Yeah, but it even feels slightly American, actually, because even the British, when they go about the so-called R's, which are, it needs to be explained with more nerdiness, because in a simple explanation, you can talk about the vocalized R, you can talk about the throat R, you can talk about the frontal, like the rolling R. That would be the simple way to talk about it, with the difference between the R and and R, which would be the three primary ways of working with that consonant. But the pronounced, at least in some states in the US, the vocalized pronounced R becomes very dominant, and it feels a little bit dominant in this. It feels a little bit dominant. I'm working as a language teacher, so I'm working with this on a more daily basis. Not at the moment, but soonish I will be again. What are you proposing?
A life for a life. No contract is ended without sacrifice. The cost must be paid. Wyll Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1. I show you the way to your father. I guarantee him no harm except that from you and your allies. And you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal. Option 2. I break your pact and you are freed from your duty. Your father dies by his enemy's hand, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion.
This is an awful choice that she's actually asking me to make. I mean, the Wyll has, like, he has no interest in losing his father. But from a metagaming standpoint, and I'm not sure if this is how it would play out if you do this way. The first time that I was in Act 3, or the last time I was playing this character in Act 3 with this rule set, I accidentally aggroed the entire Wormrest Keep, and I long rested. I did something and something happened. So I didn't talk to Misora to enable all of this stuff. And what that did, that it gave Wyll like a permanent debuff, which I cannot find on the wiki, sadly, but it gave Wyll a permanent debuff called grieving or something, because he's grieving for the loss of his father. But I got that buff after visiting the Iron Throne, where Duke Ravengard is supposed to be holed up there. And that wasn't a debuff, that was like advantage on attack rolls or something. It was insane for free. And like I don't mind getting that buff, but like at the same time, we need to save his father. Jesus, but like in a sense, Wyll is kind of like, I'll take his place.
Addendum F. The Absolute must be avenged for the Soulbinder's detention at Moonrise. The Soulbearer retains his gifts until such time as the Absolute is slain.
I'm just going to save him. Whatever. We can deal with Orin anyway.
You always were your father's son. Fiat ita.
Does that mean
Anima ad beator.
Beator?
Seems you've got a new mission, pup. Go save your father. He's locked in a very nasty place. Gortash's secret command center and prison.
Area 52.
Lucky for you, I know the way in. I'll mark your map. After all, a deal's a deal. You know what? I think I'll stick around. Not for the greater good, you understand. Just for the entertainment.
Okay. Yeah, Squiz, yeah, definitely. So the R's are pronounced, of course. It's very difficult to say exactly how an R is pronounced. So when you want to try to imitate a specific dialect, for instance, I mean, I could try to imitate British and go like, "That's right, all right, I'll be right there. Yes, please." and try to imitate that, and it would be kind of fake, I guess, but like I would still try to do it, and I could get kind of close to a specific pronounced norm in specific places in England, but I would never get there, right? I would never get there. Like the same with Scottish. So if you come to Denmark, Swiss, and you're a language person, right? So if you came to Denmark, and I was going to teach you Danish, let's say. This is a very small country and a very small language, obviously. But if you were supposed to learn English, I'd already know about the kind of ways that you're not specifically your dialect. I don't know if this is if your dialect is specifically, if the regional dialect that you're brought up with. I don't know where that's from. If that's from some place in Washington, or if that's some other place. I have no clue. But no matter where in the US, probably some things would be similar to what we normally see when we try to teach Danish to American people. And so that means that some of the ways that we would anticipate the American R, for instance, would be to try to tone it down. Whereas if you want to learn how to pronounce a new sound, you probably want to try to exaggerate that one. And so the finer nuances and like the details of a specific, of lack of better description, consonant, for instance, would be depending on so many things, and it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint into that exact expected pronunciation. And even with Danish, you would have like you would stand a better chance, for instance, learning some regional Danish or Danish in a region where people still have a strong dialect. And then when you go to Copenhagen, the capital, for instance, people will kind of more easily be able to, they would be confused. Are you from Jutland? Where are you from? Like they would be kind of confused, but it would help give you like a sort of a spoken identity, if that makes sense, in that target language. So those things can kind of play in and help you along the way. Southern California. Okay, and I have no idea what that sounds like specifically, as opposed to Washington or Illinois or something else. No clue. I mean, we all know about the quotation mark Southern accent, but it's not something that we can kind of, you wouldn't be able, you could kind of try to mimic it, but picking American accents apart would be too difficult. But the same thing kind of applies, and this to Danish and German and Austrian and whatnot. And the second that we go in and we kind of look at those details, that's when it becomes really interesting, but also impossible to kind of pinpoint exactly where to go. So I just say for the R, we encounter 3 R's. We encounter the very rough throat R, which in languages like French is why you get stuff like let me just see if I can find one example that would be an exaggeration. Dragon. Look, it's my dragon. So very, very strong throat R, which is a guttural sound almost. We have that in Danish, where you have that, it's in German as well. Particularly in medium and northern part of Germany, not as much in the southern part, where it becomes more of that rrr, which you'll find in Bavaria and in probably western part of Austria and Italy, of course, and Spain and whatnot. So you have those, and then you have the vocalized R, which I have no idea what the reason for that is, but the one where it's where the tongue is kind of going in, so it becomes like a half vowel, basically. Yeah, the Hebrew one is probably also a guttural. Yeah, it's also guttural. But it's the same thing in all of the Semitic languages, if I'm not mistaken. Like Arabic has a guttural R. So it's very strong. It's a very strong guttural R for like at least the Arabic languages, from what my experience is, and probably with the Hebrew as well. So but learning how to do those two, if you can learn how to do the guttural R, I think is not very important in the Western world, but like the vocalized R, which most people can do, and then the rolling R. But if you can kind of pick those apart, that helps. And in Danish, dealing with the R is a horrible thing, because it really disturbs the understanding of the spoken language, and it just is what it is. Unfortunately, it's a very big issue. It's a very big issue. Oh, there she is. No, the rule for the Danish phonetic rule is that in like this, for instance, it would be let's say yeah, one sec. So the first word is called so the exaggeration would be Rasmus, but then obviously nobody says that. That's not obvious, but nobody says that. People say Rasmus, so there's a slight friction on the vocal cords. And whereas this, so every time the R comes into a syllable that's I forget the word in English, but that needs to be pronounced with an accentuation, we pronounce the R, so it becomes rosmarin. Whereas, of course, in words like this, it becomes part of the vowel sound, so it's vocalized. It doesn't become a sound. It's not like store or something else. It's just store. So there's a slight lift at the end. But yeah, outside of that, like also when it takes place in the middle of the word, it's not pronounced. This is the word for black, sort. So the most of the same rules apply pretty much. Oh shit! Look, here he is.
Nice place you have here, little rabbit. Could use a few more trophies, perhaps. It was foolish of you to agree to a contract. That crown you signed away is too powerful to wind up with the likes of Raphael. Luckily, you have a way out. Find the contract, destroy it, and all's well. You need to get to the House of Hope, Raphael's abode. There's a Diabolist named Helsik in the lower city. Find her, and she'll take it from there. What can I say? You freed me from the tune. Forget I was ever here, but remember what I said. See you around. Maybe.
Alright. Right, okay, so let us get out of here.
You found my hiding spot. Not a word to Alan. He doesn't believe in things like breaks. Or eating.
Lacrissa, I'd be more than happy to help you out at work. I could...
No, focus on your music. Besides, I'll be living a life of luxury when your school takes off. No need. I'm looking after my girl Althera. Isn't that right, sweetie pie?
Lacrissa!
All right. The hero and I will stop teasing. For now.
This would be like a very sad way for the story to end. Okay, moving on. I imagine, actually, oh, what is this? Oh shit. I imagine Wyll to be a little bit like, if anybody ever saw the TV show called Dexter. I saw it like years ago, and now I convinced my wife that, yeah, I'm not killing the Carissa. I could never kill the Carissa. But the TV show Dexter is this guy who just can't help himself, right? He has to kill things. And I kind of see Wyll a little bit the same way. So Larian wants to play him up as a guy who's just trying to be the good guy, but things doesn't really go his way. He just has to kill. Which reminds me, we're going to go to the park, I think, and deal with the park people. Definitely not going to Raphael at this moment. Not at this very moment. I like it how attacking the door, that's considered like destruction of property or something. But lockpicking the door, that's okay. Yeah, this is one of the places I kind of remembered where I find a piece of the clown. Let's just see. It's a key. Things you do to avoid the lockpicking checks. Okay, so I forget if this is a place of loot. Think not. But it is a place of corpses. And I'm just not complaining. Show me the money. And suddenly I have a lot of friends. There's an earth elemental. I like it how is that actually inside? Why is the earth elemental is bones? Is it bones? The earth elemental is a puddle of mud, but it's dead nonetheless. So they killed an earth elemental down here. This better be good. I mean, this is I'm certain that all of this stuff, like, and if somebody played the games, they can attest to that. A lot of this stuff feels a lot like I'm missing some kind of key elements in terms of understanding the vibe and the atmosphere of the first Baldur's Gate games, because all of this feels a lot like these things are probably references to the first Baldur's Gate games where Baal was the main culprit, or Saravok was the main culprit. At least that's how that feels to me. Because it's such a like I mean, I don't know how difficult this is for the art department, or like for the storyboard department or whatnot, but look at the amount of work that they put into something which is completely irrelevant to the average player. Sorry to say. It's incredible. Like, it has to be some kind of reference to the earlier games. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense that we don't go more into the ritualistic killings done by Baal and the Bhaalists. It's just something's missing. Something's definitely missing. Something is missing. Alright, let's get out here. And yeah, I'm still going to keep both the bow and the knife of the Undermountain King but now I don't have a real use for the Drake Throat Glaive. I forget if the Bhaalists do any kind of restraint. I don't think that they do, but otherwise I'll have all my summons to help me out. I'll just be putting as much damage in as possible. Okay, let's go. Do I need to buff anything? Yeah. I think we'll be high grounding it. Probably pre-buff this. And I forget what their preferred, I think preferred is piercing from the Bhaalists. So we'll do a short rest and then we'll head up here, see what happens.
We redden our steel by the light of day in his name. You are our lamb, ready for slaughter.
Bye, Squiz.
Lady Orin asked us to test you, but I think you'll fail. You little lamb.
There we go. Alright, so they're off to a bad start because Wyll gets initiative. Don't think I'll be hasting. I think I will just be blasting. This guy is going to instantaneously die. There we go. I wonder how they're going to feel about a little spell here. This Stunning Gaze is pretty much the most scary ability that, out of all of the Act 3 abilities in my opinion. Because the Stunning Gaze is the one thing that can kind of bypass all kind of defensive. There we go, see? Oh, save. Let's just check the roll here. It's a wisdom save. And the DC is 16, so it's kind of average but not low. What? And the Anointed and Splendor helps a lot. Forbidden Knowledge helps. That's a +3. Stone Features is random, of course. Wisdom +2. And the Proficiency. So the saving throw to the Wisdom for Wyll is pretty high. But like, still, like, that's the one thing in Orin that I really dread, is that if the Bhaalists decide to Stunning Gaze Wyll in the Orin fight, that's really annoying. Like, really annoying. That's the worst thing that can happen. So that's the one ability that I actually don't really in particular like. The Helm of Baldur is bugged. Okay. and it's so apparently so Orin is employing both Bhaalists assassins and doppelgangers to her cause, or Baldurs rather.
Fleet of foot.
Keep
Just need to quickly check the critical strikes. Getting any? Oh. How is the Helm of Baldur bugged? They're just doing the stunning gaze. It's just on like, so the NPCs that can do the stunning gaze, they need to be dealt with. Did she just cast the 8 spell? What? I need to go to the bathroom. Be right back. All right. So what I'm seeing here is something I've never tried before, at least to my knowledge, is that apparently the Manip who joins the fight, who she's joining the fight against the Bhaalists down here, and she's an ally to you, and she actually potentially casts apparently a level 4, has to be 4/8 spell, which I assume is going to persist until my next long rest. And when I see things like this, I'm like, okay, that means I need to do important things within this long rest. Or rather, doing this encounter is something that I want to postpone until I need to do the most difficult bits of the game, if that makes sense. So for instance, before Raphael, extra hit points is very, very valuable because he rolls very high damage. So that could be a place, but like now I have it and I probably won't be able to save it until the important endgame. Because I think I'll be forced to do more than one long rest here. I'm just going to... She's going to die. And she has a tadpole. A lot of these NPCs have tadpoles. Let's see if this one has any valuable. No, it's just the... I think the Reaper has some kind of information on him. Has... No. Just go and kill random things. Like, why would you need this many daggers? Anyway. It's pretty easy to see how the Bhaalists and the Baneites are not like immediately logical allies. In that the Baneites probably prefer law and order and control and power, whereas the Bhaalists just want chaos and murder and whatnot. So not quite the same target. Let's go in and do the doppelganger stuff in here. I think that's also a fairly easy fight to deal with. So I'm going to go and save Figaro, who's being attacked, and I don't even remember if this is even a possible beeline. I'm just heading in there to see what happens. Oh, he's not there yet. Oh, he's upstairs? Is that it? Don't think I ever did it in this order. Is he going to be upset if I lockpick his door? Oh, he's not here. This is the thing, right? It's so many nooks and crannies, and I have no idea if... Oh. This better be good. Don't mind if I do.
2 steps at a time. Easy enough.
There's a hatch. Is that where he is?
Toning things down.
Okay, we should. This is him. Here he is.
A word, if I may.
Pennygood.
You appear to be lost, dear. I specialize in fashion, not potato sacks.
What?
A certain level of class is
There we go.
If looks could kill, Lord Gortash would have already hanged me. I wouldn't worry too much. This is undoubtedly some rumor cooked up by my many rivals. Well, I suppose if it's that elaborate a prank, it rules out my sister as the culprit. Carmen can barely organize her own shop. Never mind stage a murder mystery to meddle with me. Very well. I'll take my precautions. Thank you.
Okay then. Job successfully. But does that... I wonder, like, some of these NPCs probably are the doppelgangers, actually. So I wonder if I could trigger the whole fight before actually... Probably not. Let's go and do the first murder mystery encounter instead. I don't want to go into the sewers just yet. This?
The citizen is unconscious and won't be waking up anytime soon.
Is this one of the tadpoled... Hello, Critique. So we're just trucking onto the last, getting the last level here, and then dealing with the endgame encounters. So now let's just head in there. And, see. I didn't know, Critique. Did you know that? Did you know that did you know that you can get the aid spell for free in Act 3? I mean, obviously it only lasts one long rest, but you can get the aid spell on practically your entire coterie in Act 3. And even as a level 4 spell. Because I've never seen this before. And like I walked into the encounter. I walked into the encounter in the Bloombridge Park with the Bhaalists, and then suddenly the Manip shows up, and she, the one of the fists, like one of the soldiers, basically the guard of the city, and they show up during the encounter, and one of her actions was to cast the aid spell on me and all of my friends. Because we were allies. She comes in, she goes into the fight as an ally. And it's like, it's no small thing to have a level 4 aid spell cast on your entire party. It's pretty strong. So like, okay, so obviously not all of my minions were hit, but like the important ones were. That was a bit of a surprise. I wonder if I could just attack him. That would probably trigger all kind of animosity. Let's go in and talk to him instead.
Why, hello. Call me Cora, Master Ned.
Okay. Boots of Dimension Door. So I imagine I could counterspell this, but I don't know if it's going to trigger his... if it's going to actually absorb his spell slot. It's a level 5 spell. I can counterspell with level 5. I think I'm just going to let him leave and then truck around in the city after him. Yeah, that might be the reason. Now I don't want to spend any spell slots because of the 8 spell. That's awful. Probably I will anyway. Just because this is such an optimal place to do this. The piercing resistance is the fiend warlock subclass feature. This is why this subclass is superior to any of the warlock subclasses. Basically, I mean the other subclasses have some very specific uses, like the old one has obviously some very strong synergy usages with other multi-classing options, but as a monoclass, the fiend warlock is it's pretty good. So I can choose basically any resistance that I want in the game, and I can sort of pinpoint what's going to make do the most damage at this point. Well, I'll just use my fiendish resilience in that particular encounter, and then I can switch that, and it comes back on the short rest. It's absolutely OP, for real. The counterintuitive solution by adding on-hit effects, and then I have a high armor class. It's not even a high armor class, but I have the advantage on attack rolls, or disadvantage rather, for enemies attacking me, so it doesn't make any real sense. So I'm just playing it a little bit unserious at the moment, but this is after all very, very easy stuff. And so I need to figure out what the value of the Deadshot bow is. I'm still I'm not fully decided on the Deadshot bow. I need to be absolutely certain that it's working as intended for the Eldritch Blast. And they don't even give these poor saps proper weapons.
Let's chew the fat.
I still can't.
Okay. Okay. heading over to the next murder target, and I think this is where you catch the guy. I'm not even sure that the murder, sort of the murder mystery, if that continues any further after dealing with the dwarf at the Figaro place. So this is, in my expectation, the next. Let me just check the murder list just to see if the argument holds. If I have the murder list, I know I have the murder list. Alright, Duke, Belen, Stelmane killed, yes. Father Lorcan killed, Clown, Dribbles killed, Alexander Rainforest killed. Yeah, we didn't go to that place. Frank Peartree killed. We went to his place, and then we have Cora and Figaro. So he's basically just giving up straight up and expecting the doppelgangers to kill Cora. And now he's on to Figaro. So let's go in and see if we can catch ourselves a fight here. And solving the murder mystery, basically, or completing this basically, is what you need to get access to the murder tribunal, where you find Saravok and all of his friends. Right, so it seems like a bit of business.
It's unusual for prey to supply
I don't have any immunity to paralysis at the moment. So that's probably a mistake. Actually, I think I'm relying a little bit too much on my friends to help me out in that situation. So maybe I should equip the ring. Free action. We'll see.
deny the auspices of destiny. For we are celebrating, Master Figaro. You have the delicious honor of being my crowning achievement. Your body is my ultimate gift to my lord, Bard. Together, we shall transcend. A challenger. My lord tests me. This pit is awful. Will be your grave, challenger.
Okay. What was that? A Carabazan gift. Yeah. Probably I should be equipping the ring. But I don't think these guys can do the stunning gaze, so that's my advantage, I guess. So probably... Is this a haste encounter? Guess we can just... Just going to kill some of his friends, I think. And... Was that a death? No. And then we're just going to equip this ring. I don't think it's worth it not to. Is it even possible to leave the sanctuary? I don't think so, is it? No, 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 you're losing whatever you got when you're inside, you lose it when you leave. So even being in here, being hastened here, I think I'm just going to lose the turn the second that I hop out. Actually. Nope. Do have my action still. Yeah, so having the ring of free action is just a good way to just keep relatively safe all the time. But I still feel like it's the ring slot, at least for the warlock, is just such a strong slot. Like locking it into an item that you don't use in specific situations is not something I like to do. So I prefer to kind of switch in another ring when I can get value from it. Let's see here. Wyll is up. So are we not inside the haste? Well, this actually feels a little bit like a semi dangerous encounter, but still probably not really. Yeah. Oh, potion of sleep. Probably I could just be hanging out and just taking hits and reapplying the armor of Agathis and just wait it out. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the heads up, because this is definitely something I wouldn't have, like, the second that I see the paralysis poison being thrown, I already instantaneously know this is a potential run ender. If you're not ready for that gift of Carapazan, then that could potentially destroy your run. But I actually didn't remember that they did that. Come on. And I don't have, like, that's annoying. Okay, now it's gone, but like not having all of this, not getting the haste spell from that mind sanctuary is something I need to find out why it didn't give me that advantage. Oh, sorry, haste every time, just because you can't leave the mind sanctuary. Then you need to, well, you can leave it, but then you need to leave it the turn. Then you need to leave and re-enter every turn, if that's how that works. Oh.
I
Hello,
must
sir.
say, I'm damn lucky. Jests aside, in the face of such horror, the best you'll find a certain very good, sir.
Right, so already we are purchasing things. Let's just get ourselves a piece of... That's... Okay, thanks a lot, sir. So let's go and check. And then we have the law. And then we get the torn and bloody page. And I think that's what you need to get into the... And then we have all of the hands. No matter. Alright. Okay, so potentially we could go and we could... I don't think I'm going to be fighting... Fighting Saravok. It doesn't have any kind of real value to Wyll. And it's an encounter that is, I find, intrinsically dangerous. It's probably one of the most dangerous fights, I think, in the entire game. So I'm not sure I want to go there. Let me just enter the Society of Brilliance here. Check out if they have any stuff that I want to buy.
My servant, I am glad. Your case has in the field.
Where is Omolum?
I'm naturally.
Right, do you have anything to sell? And this is just the same stuff that he had in the Underdark. And none of these NPCs have anything of any kind of value. Oh, that was a magical mirror. Probably this is common knowledge to everybody. I wasn't aware.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, there's a safe. With nothing in it. So much stuff in this game. Okay.
Ah, you tell me. What can the society do? A most intelligent.
Was there anything else?
A Githyank. Would you consider parting with it? That what?
Yeah, I'm selling him the egg. I think it's too late to actually encounter Pataris from the Githyanki egg from the creche, but I just don't see no reason why not to give it to him for monies. Right, let's go and free Volo. I just need to check what the damage type is for this group of... These like slashing or piercing. Probably a lot of piercing. Piercing it is. We need a new elemental. Probably just here. And we had it. Let's go.
Your parent.
What's this? It's where? No.
So we need to avoid the smoke powder barrels, or the fire rather, on the rail cart, reaching the smoke powder barrels before we're able to save Volo. So I'm guessing I can do like a variety of things. I think I have a couple of turns. The burning, I think, is 1d4 fire damage every turn. So potentially 2 turns, and then we have to, and then he dies. And we don't want that to happen. So I think what we want to do is, I don't think this works on Volo. No, it doesn't. Still probably want to. I have my dimension door, so I could go and dimension door Volo. He's an ally out of there. But I don't think he has a lot of hit points either. Can I do something a little bit more interesting? Oh shit, I should have had a water elemental. If I could wet these and Cone of Cold, that would have been fun. But I think like I could use 2 spell slots to get over there and rescue him. But I think I do want to just see what happens just for the 1 turn. Let's go back and get the... I could, but this is a long rest ability. Okay. Pulling these guys in to the fire. Level 5 elemental. Okay. This is a slight problem, but thank you for discussing the elemental with me. Is this a level 5 elemental? This is a level 9 elemental. I have no idea where the level 5 elemental is coming from. I can summon a level 5 elemental, but if that's what you're asking, no, it's not the Pact of the Tome. The Pact of the Tome enables. I'll go over the differences here in a moment. I have level 6. Yeah, I don't have level 6 spell slots. The warlock doesn't get those. The warlock gets the magic, some magical secrets or something else instead. And from the list of spells, the only 2 interesting ones is a type of dimension door kind of thingy where you can portal yourself backwards and forwards like in World of Warcraft. But I chose the Creator Undead spell. So I got that, and that's immensely powerful in this game. So the mummy that walks around is from the level 6 spell that I got from my level 11 level class feature. But the other one, the Pact of the Tome, only gives me access to a level 3 animate that spell in terms of summoning. The elemental, conjure elemental, is from the eldritch invocations that the warlock also gets. So that's the combination of things that enable me to have so many summons. Can I throw this guy off? I can throw this guy off. Let me just see the status of the rail card. That seems practical. I think the whole thing about spell slots on the warlock, I think, is throwing a lot of people off. It feels very counterintuitive that that the warlock in any way is a good class. But when it comes down to it, it's, I think, a lot better than first impressions. Like, yeah. Because in principle you have six at this point. You have 6 spell slots. You can summon things and pre-buff and whatnot, and then you can head into the fight with 3 spell slots. Obviously, if you expect the spell slots to carry your character alone, that's going to be a problem because they can't. But the few spell slots that I have are very versatile. Like a lot of the stuff I don't use anymore, but it's still very versatile. Okay, so you're going to go there. Oh, we're not going to do it like that. Yeah. Oh wait, that was. There we go. Let's just make sure. Oh, did I make an oopsie here? Did I make an oopsie? Because I don't think my character's going to survive the smoke powder barrel explosion. But don't know if this is even a safe spot. I'm just hoping for no thunder roaring arrows or some of that stuff. Volo is not part of the end. That sucks a little bit. I don't know how bad it's going to be with Orin. We'll have to see. But like right now, I'm just hoping for that 25% to not go into effect. Have to see. Oh, there is a bit of pushing. Yeah, this is also my kind of baseline. Oh wait, we survived. Okay, so I think I need to try and see if I cannot ninja, because I can't do any water attack. I think, but I can. I do have the spell slots to Misty Step to him. And then Dimension Door him out of here. And then we'll just have to hope that they're not going to harm him. But I have no clue if they're going to. Oh, Volo. Oh yeah, that was the 18 critical hit. That was what I was looking for, actually. So the 18 critical hit means that the bow is working. So basically, that's the question. Do you want like an offhand action that can cause force damage with added bonus from like things that buff your offhand weapon? Is that what you want to do, or do you want to have like a clean crit there? So that's the real question for me. I think it's a very difficult one to answer. I think the one crit is extremely strong. But the black hole is also pretty good. So basically in those fights where the black hole is available, that's what you go for the bonus action. Volo. No. For the last feat, I will be going for a dual wielder. And there are a couple of reasons for this. The thing about the dual wielder feat in this case is, first of all, like let's just face it, Volo.
I suppose.
Okay. Right. So the dual wielder feat enables me to bring in 2 weapons, which for me is just crazy. Like the weapons are so strong already. I don't know if that's. It just feels like a very good option. Like the shield, the lack of critical strike immunity, of course, is not very ideal, but it hasn't been a problem to me before. So once you get the dual wielder feat and you leave the shield out, the armor class is going to be at 20. And then when I add into the mix the bone spike boots, which I will, I'm going to be adding the brutal leap in and of itself is maybe not that appealing, but it has its uses, and the armor class and saving throws is going to be nice. So I'm going to add those in, but I can't do that before I don't have a shield. So that's the problem. So when I look at all those things combined, I like the bone spike boots. That's the baseline for what I'm going for as the end game solution to my gear problems. And the other thing is that I could also potentially use the Infernal Rapier to bring in a campion. I mean, another summon doesn't hurt, right? For instance, in the Oran fight, just having like more summons that can trigger the trigger the lash and trigger the different things that's in there. Having the Infernal Rapier and the Raphael fight is also a boon. Like, I know that he likes to target big groups of enemies, but at least you can position some of your summons in different places of the battle room, so he's not going to blow them all up in the first round. So there are a couple of reasons why I like the dual wielder feat. I need to remember that I have this staff. Spell Sparkler is just such an insane item. Like throughout the entire game, the Spell Sparkler, it's like you look at the item and you're like, I should probably upgrade. And then you remember the Spell Sparkler is basically like Melf's first staff, just with added things, added damage. Let's see. So how close are we? Relatively close. Still want to do non-dangerous fights for the rest, so I'm not going to House of Grief. Park fight is over. Is it sewers time? I want to get to level 12 today and then like prepare basically for some of the end game stuff, and then I also need to go and save Will's father in the Iron Throne, and that's also not very difficult, so probably I will be going there as well. That could be something I could do actually for XP. Let me just check if there's something that I didn't do here. Here we have the manholes. It's one of... Oh. Probably actually going in and do the preliminary hack fight, the one with all of the red caps, is probably a good idea. Let's go and do that. Let's head in there. And there's also the counting house stuff. It has like a lot of Bhaalists in there as well. Is this the this is her.
Oh, there's drinks and you're standing in it. You're standing in it. Oh, there's drinks and plenty at the...
So, I think I can trigger the fight by just attacking her. If I remember correctly. So let's just do that. These guys have HP, right? I do have the ring equipped. Oh, what did I do? I triggered the flaming fists, which these guys are against me or with me. I guess I killed a civilian or something, and they're coming in, but I don't know if they are against me or with me, and they are at least not temporarily hostile. So that's pretty difficult for me to kind of figure out. Okay, I'm going to move away, take the opportunity attack here. I want to blow these guys up. This is even like worth it. It probably isn't even worth it. Let's just kill one. Right, so okay, they're going downstairs for the fists, but my Earth Elemental killed a civilian, and for that reason the fists are now intervening, but they're on my side. Don't think I want to attempt more civilian attacks here.
Fleet of foot.
Maybe the fists are actually scripted to intervene. It feels really strange that all of these things that goes on in this place, so chaotic, like in Baldur's Gate, and the law enforcement is just nowhere to be seen. Apart from when you do something wrong. Okay, let's see here. Do they have anything? No, let's get out of here. I don't think there's anything of value in this set of enemies outside of the XP. So let's just leave for now. How close are we? Pretty close. So help the hack survivors. Let's just go real quick and help the hack survivors, because I know for a fact that there are a load of angry crabs down there that wants a beating, or needs a beating anyway. Is this it? This is not it. This is not where the hack survivors are. I think they probably should be. Probably down on the southwest part. I forget. Down here, right? No, this is not it. Like, I know that it's like a slightly secluded place. This is not it. This is that other thing, which we'll do instead. I just need the XP now to finish up. So let's go and see if we can't get some XP off of the Bhaalists inside of the vault instead. This is also something that's kind of side questy, but still has a lot of XP in it. So let me just check. I think the clerk I need to talk to is over here. There's a line here, but there is no line.
Welcome to the
A relaxed tone and easy
Like,
smile. The halfling's
is everything
shifting
all right?
gaze gives it away. Something has him rattled.
He's an unusual sort of customer, but the head banker said he'd handle it, so it's fine. I'm sure that very... Slow on you.
Is it over here?
Account holders only from here.
I remember that this place, like, it has like traps. So the second that you get down into the vault, there are like I forget the word in English, but these traps that, like, you step on them and then the alarm goes off. If you don't have a pass, if you're here illegally. And it's right here. And the funny thing is that
Just need to see your vault pass, please.
here you are, vault pass. So you head in here, and now the perception check. Click, which is fine. But if you try to disarm the marble plate, the whole thing goes off and you're in for a fight that lasts you like 3 or 4 hours. But even if, and it's like in the in Act 1 in the Centrum hideout, same thing, that you can't trigger the traps once they are quote unquote friendly to you. but touching them in any way makes them very, very angry. Let's just see. There is something about this that with the illithid powers... Oh wait, do I have any keys?
Please wait here. A staff member will retrieve your
Don't
items.
think I have any keys. And I don't think there's anything of real value to me anywhere in this place. Don't think there's anything in my keychain either. Latest. No. None of that stuff. I don't want to spend time.
For current door codes, please refer to the head banker's office. Highest security clearance.
Come first. This is not the time nor the place. Click, click, click. Combination always eludes me. Is it how simple is this? Is this just 1, 3, then 5? Wait, no. Oh shit. Let's try it again. I love puzzles, but when it's a kind of puzzle where you can just use the method of exclusion like this, it kind of ruins the fun a little bit. Yeah, this kind of puzzle is not particularly fascinating. I mean, either you sit down and you bunker down and you want to do, and you, I mean, I'm not saying that everybody has to like puzzles, but to me, either it's like a puzzle where I have to like pause the entire game and really think about what the solution is. Jesus, come on. Or it has to be really simple, like there is no in between. It's a little bit for me like, do we go back to this? I forget. No. It's a little bit like riding a car. Either I'm in the driver's seat or I am completely AFK in the passenger seat. What did I click? I forgot what I clicked. There we go. Okay. So how primed? Yeah, my summons are going to die in here. But I have the spell slots. I should be okay. Go, go. Yeah, let's cancel out. So the Stone Lord is doing shenanigans. So we're going to have allies and we're going to have enemies fighting. There we go, Minsk. Who I've never recruited. I've never recruited this guy. Not a single time.
Now come.
Oh, I hate the Bhaalists. I hate these guys. And these are also piercing, so keeping the piercing resistance for Wyll. I mean, in principle, no, they can't even crit me because I still have the critical strike immunity. Let's just kill them one by one, shall we? Let's see. Oh, this guy is not even in combat. Okay. Okay, that didn't trigger the invisibility, but it did make this guy disappear. How's that? Not loving this one bit. Okay, I'm just going to throw down a fire shield and then they can just come for me. And this is why, to me, like, the spell slots are actually pretty strong for the Warlock. You can use the spell slots for high-level Armor of Agathis, which is very, very, very strong, particularly if you have resistance to the type of damage that you are facing once things are hitting you. Also, the damage can be doubled if targets are wet, so it has a lot of potential. Then you have the Fire Shield, which is arguably not very strong, but still it's just something. It's just some extra. It's just an extra thing that just works. So I mean, even with any kind of build with Wyll, no matter if you're a Pact of the Blade, where you try to really optimize your melee damage for piercing damage or whatever you want to do, or if you're using the Eldritch Blast build, either way, the spell slots will be really beneficial no matter what you choose to do. But the brunt of the damage from the Warlock will almost always come from a different source than his or her spell slots. Let me just try to see if somebody's hiding here. Yes, somebody was hiding here. Let's attack them. Probably the detect invisibility spell as a scroll or something else would be useful here. I don't think there's any chance in hell that they can kill me, but it's super annoying that it takes so long to deal with them. Actually, I wonder if it's to any benefit to start killing the... I expect these guys, the yellow guys, to be not the cash guards, obviously, but no, these guys are probably not guild members, right? And now he's gone again. This is just... Okay, we can at least shoot. I think this will be enough experience, no matter what. I don't need to kill the friendlies. I should have used one of my bonus actions to actually reveal some of the Bhaalists at this point. Aura of murder. They just... What did you do, Ginger? You killed yourself. Yeah. What character was that you did that with? And, of course, condolences. You're Dexter, damn. Well, I don't know what to say. Probably having some kind of playthrough that you either just play for fun, or a playthrough that is maybe a dishonorable honor mode run that you can like run tests in. Is probably the way to go. I've had like very poor experiences playing any of my more serious playthroughs off stream. It just something always happens. I can't really put a finger on it. I'm sorry about your loss. What did you die to? What was the situation? Yeah. But like anything, I always say, like anything in Act 1 is, in solo honor, is particularly lethal. Like, you can't do any Act 1 content basically without being focused. This is my opinion. It feels a lot like you can really. I'm not saying that it doesn't apply to Act 2, but in Act 1 it just becomes, to me, a little bit too clear. Can I hit this guy or not really? Path is interrupted. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've lost too many characters to feel anything really, but no, it's definitely not a particularly interesting thing. Let's just try to see if we can mess them up with a investigation check. No. And this is like for Act 3, you can walk around in Baldur's Gate, and obviously you can get killed. But like you wander around and the feeling you get is a little bit like, oh, here I come with, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 summons. I have no idea, like really good gear and protection from everything, protection from God knows what, resistances and all that good stuff. And then you just waltz around, random encounters, you kill things, and suddenly you don't pay attention and you die. Basically, that's how I feel about Act 3. Which is a little bit frustrating. Oh, I used the wrong attack. Because actually, I'd much rather be in a situation where I'm super hyper focused on what I'm doing. Any kind of gameplay in this game where I'm not focused is not fun for me. I want to be focused, and a lot of the content in Act 3 is just, it's just child's play really. Like these NPCs, for instance, like arguably are very strong. They have a bonus action where they turn invisible, and they have 2 attacks, and they have aura of murder, like trifecta of shit show, right? Going for them. And still, I'm just like blah da 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 da. Oh, now the invoker of power. Oh, these are all enemies, right? Yeah, okay. Can I hit something? Please let me, for the love of God. Thank you. And actually, this is a little bit weird. I'm killing things. And I'm the fiend. And I should be getting... Dark One's Blessing. This is like one of the things that I hope that they fix this at some point. That the potent robes do not override the Dark One's Blessing. So every time I kill a target, I should, in principle, regain a high amount of temporary hit points from the feature. But yeah, I'm not. That also makes my daughter cry. So my daughter and I both are very unhappy about this situation, as you can hear. Doesn't solve anything, but we can at least be a little bit unhappy together. Or at least some of the targets don't turn invisible. That's a good thing. slow spell and all that stuff can probably still be pretty dangerous, I'm assuming. Hello, Carly. I'm just doing some of the most boring stuff in Baldur's Gate. This is getting to level 12. In my opinion, this is perhaps the most boring stuff, because you run around and you pick a lot of fights just to get that XP so you can get to level 12. So, yeah, I know, but it's being overridden. It's being overridden by the potent ropes. So every turn you take those 16 HP. In my case, that's the 16 HP from my background. I take those HP, I get those when I kill something. Let's say I have 0 temporary hit points. I get the 16 hit points, and then once it's my turn, next turn, it's going to take the value of the potent ropes again, and override the other temporary hit points, and that's the problem. So I wonder if at this point probably I want to kill some things. The death head of Ball seems no, but you're more than welcome to join Boring with me here. That wasn't what I meant. I'm very happy to have your company, but like I'm just not a huge fan of experience grinding just for the sake of experience grinding. So the question is, do I want to Misty Step down here and start killing? I think I probably do. Spend a spell slot for this action, because right now I'm starting to get slightly worried. I need to be able to hit both of them. So this location probably. And then we do 2 of these and 1 here. And I think we critical hit. Did it die? Didn't even die. And now it has the aura of murder, which is not preferable. But let's see if they can even hit me. Zombie is still in play. Or mummy, rather. $80,000 gold? Okay. To each their own. I'm looking for a way out of the money grind. Out of the money grind. To me, it's like the worst part of this game. I mean, I don't mind the money grind, but I mind it when I die all the time or frequent deaths and need to do it again. I'm just not really that kind of person when it comes down to it. Okay. Yeah, probably. Yeah, this is just need to wait it out. Because I'm assuming she's keeping that position. It doesn't look like she's moving. These are the Reapers. They shroud and they have the aura of murder. Do they have anything else? No, more of murder, and they turn invisible. I'm going to hate myself if I can't make them come out. How do I make these guys come out? Is my best bet simply to cast the Armor of Agathis and then stand somewhere and expect them to attack me? Okay, I'm just going to try this out. That didn't work. She's still right here. Does the spell, if I target through her, is the spell going to hit her? Or is this spell going to go through her? Because if you target something and something's in the way, your projectiles or whatever is going to hit the target that's in the way. And since I have to move around, I know that this is where she used the shroud. It's pretty likely that she's just in front of me, right? But it's a little inconsistent. I'm just going to go with the safe choice, which is resummoning my Earth Elemental. No idea how I'm going to make my mummy. At least we're sharing that initiative. But like the fact that, let's see if I take a hit. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to use at this point, I guess, use the Earth Elemental to... Where is she? Where is she? Is she still right in front of me? So she actually did move. Oh my god. Okay, then I'm going to try the other thing. Because I do have an available Reaper down here for hitting. So if I go... We all know I can hit this hitbox. Ah, whatever. So now the advantage, or rather the blur spell from the cloak is gone, and then if I remember correctly, it's going to restore. It restores every turn. This cloak is so game breaking. Okay, where were they? Didn't pay attention.
No holding back.
There is the level up. Thank God. This cloak is from the guy in Rivington who has the thing going on downstairs with all of the harpers. And he sells you that cloak it's like 500 gold, 600 or something. It says 300. I forget what the price really is. But he sells you that cloak. It's just, you can just go and purchase the cloak straight up. Yeah, you know the cloak, but like it activates it. So the only way that this, like, spells, obviously that's what it is, but like the only way that this cloak can get disabled if you have like a long initiative line where after the first person hits you and disables a cloak, they can get some hits in on you. But basically, like, if you can just play it slightly intelligently, it just restores every turn for 2 turns. Yeah. I wasn't sure either exactly how that cloak worked, but it feels like it's a pretty broken item. And then there's the reward in here, which is not really valuable, if I remember correctly. Oh, it's hidden behind the high security vault, which, there it is. I don't even know who's supposed to use this. It's a very cool item, but 14 armor class, light armor. Yeah. Okay, so this was level 12, and then I just need to get my bearing and see where I am with whatever I need to do. Going to do the level up. Right, so the Eldritch Invocation gives you the life drink around level 12, but I don't really, I mean, it doesn't make any sense for me because I don't have a pact weapon, because I chose a different pact. So this is pretty good, but we're not getting it. So I don't know if there's any of these that have even the slightest value at this moment. Most of these require me to use my spell slots casting something, which one with the shadows is probably the best one here. Unless there's something I'm not seeing. I don't know if the Beguiling Influence could be valuable. I think I already have either proficiency or something else in some of it because of the illithid stuff. The beast speech could be fun because then I can go and talk to the ox. I think I'm going to choose that actually. The silent spell from the Book of Ancient Secrets is kind of interesting. Doesn't require spell slots. I don't know if there's a gimmick with silencing Orin or silencing somebody else that I didn't look into. If there's some sort of gimmick to that. But that would be the only alternative to the animal speaking. No, I agree. I don't think there's any place where Wyll is unable to get his way. He also has the subclass feature, which gives him another D10 worth of modifier increase. So that's, I mean, it's, I don't even remember what checks there is what checks there are left in the game. I think I'll choose the animal speaking, because then I can go and get the ox to join my party, and that could be fun. I'm pretty certain that it's present in the barn. And for the spell slot, this might be something I need to think about. The hex spell is not good enough at this point, I feel, because that takes away my potential haste slot, haste spell. The command spell is kind of funny, could be funny. Yeah, the ox. Yeah, the ox is alive. It's alive and well, and it wants to go to Baldur's Gate. Banishment, no. Hold monster. Anything that triggers into the DC thing. I mean, I can push my DC on my or my spell save modifier to a relatively high point with charisma and with items that increase my chance to hit with spells, potentially bringing it to 20 something or something. I'm not quite sure exactly how high I can get it, but it could potentially be valuable. It's just not very interesting. Remove curse for Gortash. I wasn't planning on fighting Gortash, actually, Critique. I was planning on allying with him. Because I wasn't, yeah, I get the feeling that I want to fight everything, but at the same time, the idea is to finish the game. So I'm not quite sure. I could take remove curse. It's probably the best out of all of the options here for sure. Gaseous form could also be funny. I'll have to see. Maybe I'll do Gortash, but taking remove curse at least enables that option for me. Right. So here comes the, let's say, see. Dual wielder. Yeah, so the dual wielder feat is definitely something. I choose this as the final feat because for the second feat I want the warcaster. And for the first feat I always want the charisma increase. So this is the option that I'm choosing. This is going to enable a couple of things. But it's going to make me take off my shield, which is not great. But then we can bring in a second. Oh yeah, I wasn't actually even thinking about that because I can't even harm Gortash. I mean, probably I could do all kinds of weird shenanigans where I fly around and I kill his guards and whatnot, and maybe like shenanigan wise do something to him. But I would have to test that on a different character because I would feel a little bit in the dark doing that. Okay, let me just quickly check. How's the AC? So that's the 20 AC now with 2 weapons. And that's going to enable the boots, which I think I want. Even though I'm missing out on the reverberation, which is very, very good. But the brutal leap, or sorry, rather the armor class and saving throws is just preferable for me. This is pretty much my end game setup. Don't think anything is going to change. Yeah, I'm going to get the Marco Escher for one of the items here for sure, because that's going to add very, very powerful spells to my arsenal for free, which I like, and also replenishment of spells and all kinds of jazz. So I pretty much think this is more or less the end game stuff. Hello, Druide. I'm just, messing about in the vault here. I just finally got back to level 12 on Wyll. So, where do we go? Yeah. Okay, so here's the grand plan. The grand plan was playing the origin character from level 1 to level 12, killing the Elderbrain, and while killing the Elderbrain, completing the specific personal quest. So that would mean completing the quests under the personal quest marker. So that means dealing with Raphael. Killing Raphael is one of the quests here. So killing Raphael is something that I will do in this run. And yeah, this makes sense to me, that you take the character and you complete whatever quest that the character is kind of intrinsically has going for them. But the problem is, for Wyll, going to go to the Mirror of Laws is going to be a tremendous increase in power. Like, it's probably the biggest increase in power in the game, really. Like, when you think about it, like, you get the +3 to charisma. So that's going to put him at 24 charisma permanently. That's insane. So I do want to go to the Mirror of Laws, and probably, potentially, I don't know. But that's what I'm going to do. So free Orpheus. I can't do both. You know, if I have to kill Gortash, I have to kill Gortash. But right now, it's something I can't like. I tried the fight for maybe the first time in not a year, but maybe let's say 6 or 7 months with Ginger and Sehuke and Squiz, and I understand the mechanics, and I understand kind of that was a bit extreme because that was in the throne room with all of the stuff. But like even the fight upstairs is, I know, potentially very dangerous, and I need to know if I can even defeat him with the way that my character works. If I'm unable to deal damage to him, I can't kill him. So that would end the run. So if it's not possible to go, then I could disable the. I could go to the. Maybe I could go to the factory and disable the robot down there. Maybe that would be an option. And then fight Gortash, and then just, you know, gimmicky with all of my summons and all that, you know, deal damage to him. But like it's one of the problems is probably that if I need to do a very long fight, and he's going to do his hand of stuff on me, even with Wyll's or the Warlock's ability to take a specific resistance and just become resistant or specific spell or damage type and become resistant to, for example, the force damage, I will still be taking a lot of damage from those curses. And if I can't effectively deal damage to Gortash, I foresee that to be a problem. But I'll have to do a little bit of research on how that works. In the meanwhile, I can go and do other things, but completing the personal quest is definitely something that I want to do. So, yeah, the remove curse, yes, but Carly, I only have 3 spell slots. He's not immune to chasm. Yeah. Probably. I mean, I tend to not like cheesy solutions to problems, but probably I'm forced into some kind of cheesy solution if I'm unable to defeat Gortash at this point. I simply don't know right now how to deal with that encounter. That's probably the big joker for me. Right, so I'm just doing a bit of RP, a bit of random stuff before ending the stream. I think going down to Mr. Carrion to talk to him about the artist. No, my arsenal at this point, the only thing that I can do is, in my opinion, the Brutal Leap has a pretty low DC. I think it's 11 or 13, and it's a strength save. And I believe that Gortash has a lot of strength, so at least 18. An elemental can prone him, but that's not going to take away his it's not going to take away his force damage resistance or immunity, is it? I could turn myself into a displacer beast. And I have no idea if Gortash is... This is piercing and bludgeoning. And displace. Yeah, I do have the Bone Chill spell. I have a lot of minions. Druide. I have the mummy. And who can frighten, so that's also something. Then I have an elemental of my choosing, and I have potentially a campion, and then all of the rest of the stuff. But yeah, like optimally, yeah, I want to kill all of the bosses, obviously, also Cazador. But everybody who's played this game and who've done any kind of challenge runs, and in solo in particular, know that everybody has some blind spots, and like I don't know all of the fights intrinsically in Act 3, so I have to kind of weigh how badly do I want to finish the game and how badly do I want to kind of kill everything. And that balance is something that I'm thinking a lot about. Primarily, I want to finish the game. Just want to prove to myself that I can finish the game with a monoclass, with some kind of restrictive rule set. Yeah, there's also a star, the dragon there, yeah, as well. But like, I haven't decided on those things. Like, I like everybody else, I have a couple of dishonorable saves in Act 3. Probably I will go and try those encounters. It doesn't make any sense to me if I want to just go in there if I haven't done the fight like a number of times. It doesn't feel worth it. Then I should just skip it and go to the end boss instead. But we'll see. Let me go and talk to this guy. Well, I have dishonorable saves. Examine. Can I go in here?
Set into the door. You sense it waits.
Oh, it's the right word. What was it?
It requires permission to open. The door shudders.
Oh. Yeah. But some of the fights that causes the most trouble, I think, is like, for instance, the Raphael fight. Like, I don't think I've seen anybody, and probably there are examples online, but I haven't seen anybody doing the fight straight up. Like, it's always something about kiting Raphael away from his pillars, something about disabling him for 20 turns with control spells and arcane acuity, stuff like that. So that's one of the things that I want to do. And with no consumables, I'm going into that fight, and I'm expecting him to do some of his Hellfire stuff, potentially, if I'm not lucky, on a lot of my important minions, and if I'm really unlucky, on top of Hope and myself killing her. So there are those things that really could make a major difference. Like, I don't know how that fight is going to go. So I do think that still, even with that in mind, that I have some pretty dangerous encounters ahead of me.
You do not have an appointment.
I don't have any raids disabled core. Let me just quickly check what the... Oh... I'm pretty certain that the raiding is enabled. Are you sure that you can... maybe you don't have that enabled, core, the rating? Ah, Jesus. Yeah, raid. Allow raids from channels that has the following minimum of raid watches 1, maximum viewers, no maximum, minimum age for account 30 days, and you definitely have been streaming for more than 30 days. So this is, I think it's somewhere on your end, maybe. Everybody can raid me at the moment. Oh well, but thank you for the thought, Cole. It's greatly appreciated that you want to raid me.
Message for you, a most valuable one. It is sufficient to say you will not be harmed. Oh no. She has forgotten you entirely. This message comes from spirits I have collected. Those with great knowledge in life, great wealth, great purpose. It is far more valuable.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm just going to give him the money. I don't care.
Mr. Carrion calls on you. Come forth. Listen.
I'm actually not sure if the stuff that you can get from Mr. Carrion, in particular the weapon that does some kind of necromancy, if that can be used for any real benefit.
They fear it.
Oh yeah.
They do not want its power released. There. The Sturklan. The game. The book must remain sealed.
Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
A necromantic grimoire of some repute, mostly ill. There is a place. Sorcerer's Sundries. It is the closest to a necromantic emporium this city has to offer. If a copy of the Tharkiat Codex has entered this city, it will rest on their shelves. Be warned. The necromancy of Thay is not a book for idle study. I share my spirit's concerns about your aptitude for such knowledge, alas. And further education on the subject would cost far more than you are able to pay. Now, unless you have any further business with me, I think this consultation has reached its end. The painter. Yes, I remember. He wanted to contact a tormented spirit. I gave him exactly what he desired, and for a pittance, given the complexity of his request. His inability.
I don't think that all of Korra's content is safe for work. I think he's a little. I think it's adult, not adult content, but you need to be a certain age, I think. But it's very odd. Like, I don't have any special things going on in this channel, to be fair. Okay, Mr. Carrion.
Turn Thrumbo's body to me. Then I will give you what you need to cleanse Oscar of his spectral interloper.
I'm just going to pay the gold.
The torch of use it.
Thank you, sir. Right, let's just go and finish that quest real quick, and let's be done with it. Torch of Revocation. Right, so where is it? It's this way. Okay. Hello, Regina. Regina Miritza. Welcome to the stream. This is a Baldur's Gate stream. This is, I think, the only thing I really stream these days. And I'm doing a solo honor mode run where I can only use what the character can do. So I don't have any potions or scrolls or anything else to help me out. So it's only what the character comes with. That's the baseline. No consumables, and no respecs and other things. And I think most of the people currently in my chat are really hardcore challenge runners. So they're doing other challenges that I don't think that I want to try out currently. So, but the gimmick for me is the no consumables. That's the gimmick. And now my minions again are stuck somewhere. Okay, let's try this out.
Did you speak with Carrion? Has he provided a cure?
The raid thing does work. Like, I have no idea what the problem was.
Then what are you waiting for? Do it!
But the awesomeness of Core is probably the cause for this. He's a very awesome guy. You should go and check out his channel. The stuff that he's doing is something that I wish I could just go and do. Like, you install a video game, whatever video game that might be. You haven't tried it before, potentially. You launch a game and you play the game until you die, just that once, and then you uninstall the game. That is his gimmick. And that's probably, to me at least, the best thing I've ever heard. Like, you always play new games, and you always feel like you're on the edge of your chair. You want to complete that game. You want to survive. And that's what he's doing, and I love it. It's fantastic.
Did you speak with Carrion? Then what are you waiting?
Oh, I have to actually do something. Okay, then. Equip. And then... Do I attack him?
Did you speak with Carrion? Then what are you waiting for? Do it!
It's like, do it! You don't know what you're supposed to do? Just do it! Don't tell me how to solve this. It's a little bit stupid for me. Let's just quickly see. I want to kind of figure out how to go about this. Okay, so I'm just going to. I guess I'm just going to do it. What am I supposed to do with this? It doesn't have any special abilities. Yeah, otherwise, Carly, if I don't see you, I'll follow you on your own channel once you set up your next stream, probably. Still have a couple of days left until I begin the new job, so I'll probably be quite active as much as I can. Oh, the painting in the attic. Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you. That's fair enough. I don't mind. That's a thing that I actually wanted to go and do before I just unsensibly attack him, because you're probably right. I did this once before. It's a long time ago, but probably it has to do with the attic. It's probably a boss fight up there somewhere. Probably like, yeah, this is it. Yeah, it is. It is. That was it. Just do it. Yeah, and then we go back, and now the fight is on. And I think I'm going to equip my spell sparkler again. Go and see. And probably Mr. Carrion informed me how to deal with this particular. The charisma and wisdom saving throws. Okay, there she is. There she is.
Who are you? Get out! Get out!
Please, Carrie, my darling, listen to me.
Is this the same voice?
You brought me here. You did this.
This is Marina.
Do not interfere. He's coming home with me.
Or not really.
deserves it. He called me here. Trapped me. Pathetic little childish boy.
I only wished to explain myself, to make you see how...
No! Enough of your whining. Enough! Selfish, arrogant bastard of an artist. I wanted to be left in peace. And how does that help me? Or is it just to help him? Why does everything always have to revolve around Oscar Beverus?
Oh, my sweet Carrie. What did I do to you?
Save your tears for the ethereal plane.
The level of proficiency and expertise that you get once you go partial illithid is through the roof.
Carrie, my sweet meat. I just need to know that what you did, that it wasn't my fault.
Why am I here? I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be.
The spirit's aura flickers, changes. She is confused, lost, dragged here unwillingly by a man who refused to let her leave.
Fine. If Oscar wants the truth, he can have it. We were a fling, nothing more. My decision had nothing to do with him. I did this because I was so fucking sad. All the time. Oscar finds it easier to imagine a world where women kill themselves over him than one where they have their own bloody problems.
I'm sorry, Carrie. I had no idea. But I was truly not to blame.
No, you weren't. So you and your poxy paintings stay away from me. We're done, Oscar. Over. Now let me rest in bloody peace.
Gods, what a mess I've made of it all. My sweet Ferelia. I've been a rotten fool, haven't I? And yet you never left my side.
It will take more than a ghost to scare me away. Though I wish you'd come to me sooner.
I'd like to stay. I confess, I never felt ours was a marriage of substance. I rather thought you just liked me for my art. Throughout my ordeal, I saw how tenderly you cared for me. Even at my worst, you never left my side. Truly, you were the one who saved me. I'm so sorry, my darling. But of course, I'm a man of my word. And the word was compensation. Come upstairs to my atelier. I promise you'll leave with something priceless. Immortality.
Okay, Oscar. I remember this part. So you get a painting of yourself. Which has no value. No value, or I think you can probably just sell it to a vendor.
The hero of the hour! Brushes are oiled, the canvas prepped, and you... well, you're comfortable. That's the main thing. So, shall we begin? Wonderful. Stand yourself just there. And voila! All it needs now is a name. Something to capture the spirit in which it was created. Perhaps not the thing you'll be remembered for, but a fine quality nonetheless. Adds a certain mystique, I think. Please, take it in for a moment. It's not every day one's face is preserved for posterity.
So where is the painting? Oh, it's... And it's worth a lot of money. You can throw the painting. Oh, okay, so when it's on the ground, it shows Will's face. Like, he even managed to take away the illithid partial ceremorphosis and all of the blood. And it seems like it's the armor that I'm actually wearing. That's pretty cool, at least. Anyway. Doesn't have any value. I'm sending it back. Tack. Subate, yeah. Alright. Let's see. Okay, so that's that done. So probably one last thing that I could do is just quickly go and see if I can enter the murder tribunal. And this is also one of those things where you can fight. You can either fight Saravok and his friends, and that's pretty dangerous. Or you can just talk your way through it and get access to some very cool rewards. But doing the Saravok fight and also fighting the 3 knights down there, the ones that are defending, is just, I'm going to go down there and have a look at it at least, and then kind of think a little bit about it. Saravok is a very, very difficult fight in my opinion.
Door has red text on it, right?
Right, so you have to go down here to get access to Orin's, to the Orin fight. So we have to prove that we are an assassin of Bhaal, which we're going to go and do by killing a helpless victim. I'm just going to look at these guys. First of all, there are these 3 guys that are no fun. They smite. This guy at least smites Death Knight. Disadvantage on fear. Improved extra attack, so I think that means 3 attacks. Yeah, the reaction from Critique is saying that Saravok is annoying because of his reaction attack, and that's what I'm worried about. So the Saravok fight is basically is a fight where he gets stronger when he has allies, which are not these guys. But when the allies die, he gets their abilities. So it's a little bit questionable if you want to kill his allies or just try to kill him. So regardless, it's going to be a shit show of a DPS race, which I don't know if I can. I can't do anything right now, obviously. But the other option is to not fight him, at least not now, and just go along with killing his target to please Bhaal, and then come back later and maybe kill him. But going in here now and dealing with him is not something I think is particularly interesting. And these guys, look at these guys. And they're different. So this guy has, and they're undead, right? But this guy has just the extra attack. And then the parry. So this one is potentially not as bad. I don't recall exactly what they do. Extra attack, parry, riposte. So these guys are the same, it seems. Not a very high armor class. But the guy in the middle, he is just no fun. No fun at all. I'll think about it actually. I'll I'll give it a think. And I wonder if I can even. I don't think that I can. I don't think that I can. If I talk to these guys and I go to talk to Saravok and I proceed with the thing, I don't think I can go back and just kill these Death Knights. But I can kill them before entering the hall of the Murder Tribunal. And I don't think Saravok is going to care. I mean, anything that dies, even if it's already dead, is a good thing for Baal. So he'll be pleased and happy. But I don't know if I can actually fight these guys after talking to Saravok without aggroing everybody at the same time. And that is not something I want to do. But I am going to think just for a brief moment about whether or not I want to fight these guys, because I do have a lot of summons, and that could potentially save me. So the last thing I want to do is the hag victims, I think. If I can find those. A little bit confused, isn't that actually? Okay, let me just go and talk to the henchman here real quick.
Shouldn't go whoop. Scurry away, Goobuk, before I crush you. Can be anywhere you like. Nose, kneecaps, fingernails.
Hi, DC. Does that mean, I forget if that is the axis? This is not the axis.
Are you lost or just stupid? Can be anywhere you like.
And we have to re-roll thing.
Kneecaps, fingers. Come in.
I'm lacking some very specific. Is this?
I said, boss. That.
Oh, that's the combat. Oh, at least I'm on. Well, let me just quickly check because I lost a character here, and I just. I don't think killing these guys is a problem. I just need to check what happened because that looked a little bit like an arrow of humanoid slaying. So without any spell slots, all of that stuff is not particularly interesting. I do have my immunity on there, but I think they are going to die. This looks like a. Is this like a? This might be a counter speller here. So if I want to fight these, I need to accept that I have to go a little bit away. Let's see if I can shoot Toshgrunt here. That works at least. And these guys currently still with the piercing. I think I'm gonna go with the piercing. Jesus, with the high ground. I don't have the guild ring critique. I don't know what I did wrong this time around, because I helped the guys at the beach and they were very happy, but maybe there was an item that I didn't bring or something else. But like normally I can talk to this one and she's cooperative and I get access to the guild, so I'm confused about what it is that I did differently this time. But no matter. I think I can manage these guys. Oh. Okay, yeah, probably there's something I'll find out. This is a minor thing, like the whole guild thing is not something that's very important to me in this run, at least. Yeah, I did help them there. I did help them. But we can still, I think we can still mend the relationship to Nine Fingers. Yeah, that's the thing, right? With the humanoid slaying arrows, that's no fun. So the piercing. Hello, Miss Colette. So the piercing resistance is really good for Wyll here. I have no idea if there is a counter spell there. I'm assuming. Okay. Guess not. I lost my cleric to this encounter because I was underprepared and didn't know what was going on, and I went in there thinking I can beat everything, and then I had no spell slots, and then Shadowheart just died gruesome death in an alley in Baldur's Gate. That was kind of disappointing. So every time you've died to like a specific encounter, it's always in you that this can happen again. Like, and this is perhaps for me, these are not very dangerous. For me, at least, but still. Losing a character is not something that you want to happen, like. Okay, so let me just try this out real quick. So I go here. Well, that's going to spend all of my spell slots. All of my fly here. So this location. And then I have the 3 meters. And then we're going to attempt this with bonus action. One guy is just prone. That's not bad. Alright.
Two steps at a time.
The guild ring. There we go. So I'm running a risk here. I'm just going to do a quick long rest here. Then I'm going to go talk to the Nine Fingers, I think. I'm trying to maximize my game time here while I have a chance. I do intend to try and collect allies and not stealth through all of the stuff in the upper city during the final fight with the Netherbrain. So I intend on fighting everything probably. So I do want allies.
Time for a chat.
Wow! Ready to do some business? I survived the hells when Elturel fell. Oh, I've got a few. Sure.
I hated that this guy is not a vendor in Act 3. I really wanted, or her, sorry, I wanted her to be a vendor. And she's not. Leaving that to Sticky Dondo.
So let's just...
Come on.
Fetcher isn't himself, so I'm running the shop. You buying or selling?
Yeah. This is the one. While hiding, critical hit reduced. So I'm actually wondering if you can get like a situation where you can get into a hiding position. That could be, I'm guessing also in darkness, I'm assuming. I have the bunny, I just want to buy it because why not? And then I can always just ignore it. Let's get a new color on the guy. Peach and apricot dye. See what happens. Feels like the dominant features of the potent robe just ignores the new color palette. Still baby blue.
We meet at last. I thought you'd come to Baldur's Gate to finish the job you started at Moonrise. So tell me, why would you kill Ketherick and chase his co-conspirators to the city, only to turn on us at the last moment? Why let Minsk get away? The Stone Lord, Minsk, is the Absolute's enforcer-in-chief. Every piece of territory he takes from me goes to the cult. You are apparently the city's best chance of sending the Absolute packing. So yeah, I need you alive. But know that I do not need or like anyone so much that I will let them cross me twice. You want to handle Minsk? Then handle him before I do.
Was that a deal?
Come to derail any other guild operations? Knowing what I know usually comes at a cost. But let's say we'll put it on your tab. We don't. The Zentarim work for me. Time was I'd charge the bastards double if I let them into my hall at all, but times change. The guild is many things, but it's not an army. If the Absolute keeps pushing in on our territory, then I need a little weight to push back. Thieves, frauds, and miscreants. If it's just the watch warrants you're reading. The guild isn't any one thing. We're everything. All the parts of the city the watch don't want seen, so they push us to the far side of their law. But it's not the watch that keeps the peace, or gives justice to any Baldurian who asks, whether they can pay for it or not. It's us. If we take a little tribute in return, or tie strings of service to those we help, well, what of it? So long as we're working as one, it all runs quick, quiet, and clean. If you'd prefer to trust in the Watch, the Council, the Parliament of Peers, by all means. They're the pretty face slapped over the city. But the Guild is the blood, the bone, the gristle, the ugly bits that actually make Baldur's Gate move. We'll be the ones still holding the gate when all those others have fled.
Very convincing. Let's go. Don't think there is anything else down here, if I remember correctly, and then the rest is just shenanigans. So let's hop out. Still want to do the hack survivor thing. If I can actually manage to find the place of residence. I mean, they hold up somewhere by the lake. I haven't looked it up. I could have looked it up, but they should be some place down here. Not in here, right? There is the guild ring, as promised. Yeah. But there is no trapdoor, no way to get further down here. This is where Thrumbo lives. So I have to be remembering incorrectly. Are they inside of Pilgrim's Mansion? Or is it actually down here by the counting house? I'm starting to think that it is. Here it is. This is the place. Sure. Yeah, here we are. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so summoning. And these are also piercing creatures, or the crabs are rather a piercing. Everything is piercing. There's a sheep upstairs.
Hearken to my words.
Why do they have a sheep upstairs?
Whence you came.
Don't listen.
Helm, protector of all.
This is one of those examples where the creature that I don't know for whatever reason, like please don't judge, like the creature I trust the least out of these creatures is the lizard man. And he's
Forgive the welcome, because only Mayrina's spy.
So we go and we locate. There is the sheep. This is actually Mayrina.
Mayrina blinks in rapid succession, clearly trying to...
Yep. But where do we have the animal speaking? Because that's actually something that I did get. Let's try to talk to her again. Alright, got it. Oh shit. How did Mayrina take damage? Or does she simply take damage because the curse is hidden in the sticks? Is that the gimmick? I never did this before this way. I'm just wondering if the gimmick is that... Oh, it respawned. It didn't die. Okay, that was it. There she is. The Dragonborn.
Oh, my mouth tastes like mutton. We're not safe. There's a traitor. The Dragonborn. He's working for Ethel.
You removed my hex. That's annoying. I wanted to play a little longer. Auntie likes her toys broken. She's not going to be happy I had to get my hands dirty. How cute. I see why Auntie has her eye on you. I know you wish to hurt Auntie Ethel. I know the book is here. I will die before I let you touch a hair on her head. The others I will leave to rot in this house. But you, I will gift Auntie your corpse wrapped in your own intestines.
These guys are just no joke. I don't know what the damage brackets are, but they deal a lot of damage. But it's piercing, so I'll be safe, but still, like, in general... I don't want to be sacrificing too much on this, I think. No reason to. I mean, look at the it's slashing damage. Oh, that sucks. Okay, I can change that. I think the falling rotten floorboards is going to make me fall down, which I don't want to do right now. My arena is going to fall down here. So if there's any way to do something, or is that going to break both the floor? Oh well, she fell down. If she dies, I don't care that much. Call of the Crustacean. 1 armored. So let's give him the backlash here. I think I managed to save them all. How in the world did that happen?
This is all my fault. Mary.
That makes twice you've saved me. You took, and it worked.
Oh, okay. Right. So I think counter. Oh, it has a counter spell on. That's funny. Oh well. If you know where to counter spell and you have this weapon, that could be an interesting way that you can then use this item. I'm just going to keep it. I need to end the stream for now because I need to go pick up my daughter and stuff. But thanks a lot, Carly, Critique, Ginger, of course, Druida, and anybody who came in and said hi. Also, thank you to Cora if he's still here, and if not, still thank you for attempting to raid. It's I am a difficult target to raid, but maybe someday we'll succeed. So let me just quickly see if I can actually raid him back in case he's currently online. Just going to check. He is not online. Who do we have? Who is online who we know and like? We like everybody, but we just want to check if there's one of the regulars Okay, I do want to raid Killer Bite, I think. There we go. So thanks a lot, and catch everybody on the flip side.